Sugar treat.
Ah, you've come for my delicious cereal, Count Chocula.
It's chocolatey good.
With a devilishly good chocolatey flavor and tasty marshmallows.
Wrong air, Count. Kids come calling for my Frankenberry cereal. It's frightfully good with strawberry flavor and tasty marshmallows.
What a treat.
Count Chocula.
Frankenberry.
We like both.
You can enjoy this good, nutritious breakfast with
Frankenberry. Count Chocula.
In a Weeble's haunted house, Weebles wobble all about, and it's a real exciting place to be. A smiling ghost with glowing face has a secret hiding place, and that's not all, there's plenty more to see. Because a Weeble's haunted house is a great place to be. Weeble's haunted house, including glow-in-the-dark Weeble ghost from Romper Room.
There's another box over there.
Dunkin' Donuts for Halloween. So good, it's scary.
Dunkin' Donuts is proud to announce we've created a monster. Introducing a haunting collection of minis for Halloween.
They're alive! Alive!
Minis are a fraction the size of our regular donuts, but they have the power to attract very interesting guests to your Halloween parties.
More sprinkles!
Ever hear of a gift certificate that turns into a soft drink? Oh, it can happen this Halloween. When you give out McDonald's Halloween gift certificates, kids take them to McDonald's and they get a McDonald's soft drink. Oh, a book of 20 Halloween gift certificates costs only $1. And can turn into 20 regular soft drinks. It must be the magic of Halloween.
Nobody can do it like McDonald's can.
Nobody.
Radio Shack is the place people go for specialty batteries for all kinds of things. Choose from over 1,000 batteries. Radio Shack has more power. Radio Shack.
Presenting Sheer Madness, Circuit City's Midnight Madness Sale. Thursday only till midnight. Circuit City will go raving mad with shocking reductions on hundreds of items. Save on this VHS VCR, just $169. This RCA 19-inch color TV with remote is a mere $266. Circuit City's Midnight Madness Sale. Get there by midnight before the curtain falls.
Trick or treat.
Trick or treat forever.
Smell my feet.
They won't let us go!
Give us something good to eat.
You kidnapped the 4 missing people.
Watch Night of the Jack-o'-lantern on an all-new Goosebumps coming up next on Fox Kids Monster on a Saturday. But beware, you're in for the one and only scare.
Make them one of us!
Howdy, folks! Here's what's just off the truck at Big Lots. Wow!
Halloween's just around the corner, so pick up these spooky fright frames. Just walk past them and creepy, and just $15.99 each. And you can decorate the house with these assorted 20-inch sculpture lights. Your choice, just $4.99 at Big Lots.
One day it's this, one day it's that, but every day it's the price. Wow!
What?
There's something under the bed. I heard something.
There's nothing under the bed.
I heard something.
See, look, it's just Fluffy. He got scared by a dumb cat.
I wasn't scared.
I told you there was nothing under the bed.
Oh, I do enjoy an evening with a little light entertainment. But when your video heads get dirty, you lose your picture. Not a pretty sight. Happily, this new Polaroid video cassette will help you. It actually cleans your heads as it plays, so dirty heads needn't haunt you. New Polaroid video cassettes. Get the picture?
Can't be the real thing.
Attention, all monsters, vampires, ghosts, werewolves, and zombies. Your donuts are ready.
As Halloween approaches, you have to prepare yourself for what might happen. More orange sprinkles. It's a special time of year, and Dunkin' Donuts is dressing up their donuts for the occasion. And here's the werewolf. So come to Dunkin' Donuts and get into the spirit of Halloween.
We'd like some Halloween donuts, please.
Oh, of course.
At Target, we have everything you need for Halloween, including decorations that can turn any house into a haunted house and a frighteningly large selection of candy. Target, your first stop for Halloween.
Mummies everywhere are rushing to Carvo for the new Halloween ice cream cake, just $9.99. Have your mummy pick up some new ghostly cones too. The Halloween cake, $9.99.
This Halloween, he's coming with something they never expected.
Cookies!
Simply roll out Pillsbury sugar cookies, cut, bake, then create your own deliciously spooky cookies.
Woo-hoo!
A glorious day.
And a complete breakfast with
Blueberry.
Huh? Into the waves, Boo.
Bye-bye. Frankenberry has strawberry-flavored sweeties.
Count Chocula has chocolate sweeties.
And Blueberry with berry-flavored sweeties. And here are the mini monsters. 5 monsters in all. You can trade them with friends and put on a show. 1 mini monster in specially marked boxes of the monster cereals.
Oh my goodness. Welcome everyone. I hope everybody is having a great week so far. Yes, yes, yes. Oh man. Turtle Boys had better weeks. But that's debatable. That's debatable. We talked about this yesterday. And we're going to talk a little bit about it a little more today. Now some content creators are doing some bandwagon jumping, and we're going to go over some of those. We always have fun. For those of you who are new to the channel, this is something that we just tend to do a lot here, and and we have fun doing it. Now, one of the people that I go over, we'll be going over her in due time, but I want to get this new toy I've got out of the way. This person claims to be a criminal profiler, which I find really, really funny. Now, normally I do reactions. Now, when I do the Betty stream, now I don't pre-write any of this shit that I do. Normally I do reactions, but I did watch this video that we're about to watch in its entirety. And I also hear that this person likes to strike people, and she's you know, a very, very sensitive, has delicate sensibilities, is what I hear about this one. And she struck, as I understand it, she struck Down the Rabbit Hole News once, which is just dirty, just ugly, man. We all love Down the Rabbit Hole News, even the channels I don't get along with, like Down the Rabbit Hole News. I mean, what, like, if you've got a problem with Rabbit, she's one of those people that there's something wrong with you. You know what I mean? So, I mean, if she strikes me, I'll just appeal it and win. It won't be the first time I've been falsely stricken. So it's, yeah. So yeah, like I said, if you don't get along with Rabbit, there's probably some self-reflection that needs to take place in your life, because you're probably the problem. More than likely, you're the problem. I think you're the problem. And after watching this video, I was convinced of it. So, but yeah, if this person strikes me, well, I mean, I'll just, you know, it won't make a difference. I'll fight it, I'll appeal it, and I'll win. You know, I'll just counter strike. Just, you know, I'll come back and
oh shit, I'm sorry.
Yes, exactly. Exactly. So now I wasn't sure how many mods I was going to have, and I don't know, you know, I want this to be an enjoyable experience for not just my new subscribers, but my my diehards, my longtime subscribers. And so, you know, I don't seem to have a lot of mods participating in the chat right now, so that's why I did make it subscribers only mode. So if you if you're so inclined to troll this chat and disrupt people in my chat, well, you gotta wait 10 minutes. There's a 10-minute waiting period for that, and that's perfectly fine. So but yes, I do have a couple of mods, and I appreciate you guys being here. Those of you who are here, Team Brittany, Mistaken Reaper, not including the creators who, you know, yeah, I mean, it's a rash ever since yesterday when Turtle Boy got arrested. some of our old friends on this channel, they decided to jump on this bandwagon and talk, and it was really funny because I was in someone's chat yesterday, a channel that we all like, and I was in their chat yesterday, and there was a clear example, and I want to be very, very clear about this. I have said for a long time that drama channels need not engage in crime cases. Just stick to the drama, stick to the talking shit back and forth and doxing you fucking other, back and forth with each other and all that dumb bullshit that you fucking people do. Just stick to that, because the crime cases, it's really simple. All you got to do is read. Like, you just read. Now I'm not the best at covering true crime, but I don't spread misinformation. And if I get something wrong, I have a chat. I'll listen to my chat, and I'm blessed with people who are actually more inclined and more educated than I am to be in my chat, and they'll say, "Hey, nope, Will, you got that wrong. Hold on," and then I'll go, "Okay, let me check on that. Yep, you were right." Not a big deal. It's not that hard. It's not that hard. If you're not sure about something, don't discuss it. And if you feel like you're sure, and you've got 20 people going, "Nope, wrong, nope," then double check. It's not that hard. It's not that difficult. So, but it was an interesting example because, there was a channel that I very much respect. And there was people from another channel who I don't get along with. And the creator wasn't there. Maybe they were watching, but people who panel on this channel were very loud and very, and it was just a perfect example of the difference between when a drama channel takes on a crime case and when people who actually care about these cases actually do a little bit of research. Just the smallest minimal amount of research is all it takes. It's all it takes, and I'm just seeing just wrong, and constantly have to correct. And it bothered me. Normally I just let it go and just either lurk or not even watch. But this is a channel that I like, and I know that this is a channel who wants to know all the facts and wants to know all of the right information. And I feel bad that this person gets along with everybody that they do, and had, just different information bombarding them. And it was just, really, really frustrating to watch, because I felt bad for them, and I thought it was disrespectful to that channel, honestly. I mean, if you're going to talk about a case and you're going to help educate a fellow creator on these things, at least know what you're talking about. At least do some research. So it was a frustrating experience, very intense, very, very, very tense. Not intense, but tense. It was just, being in that chat and feeling kind of suffocated. But now moving on, I mean, it's real simple. I have this right here. Here, let me do this real quick. Let me show you guys something. This right here, okay? This right here. If you want everything that is available publicly, that is unbiased, unopinionated, just the facts of the case, documents, who's who, all that. Here, simple, right here. Click on that, bookmark it, and there you have it. Educate yourself on the case. That is my gift that I'm paying forward to you. It was gifted to me by Sleuthy Goosey. She worked very hard on it, and I am now gifting it forward to you. It's very easy. I'm not this. It's not some like secret thing, you know, that it's my content. Ooh, no. The whole point of the entire John O'Keefe, Karen Reed case, the entire point of why many of us are talking about it, and the reason why Turtle Boy is doing what he's doing, and I don't like to speak for him, but the vibe that I'm getting from him is simply to educate people on the case, to spread the word, to understand that even though this sounds crazy that there is some sort of conspiracy or some sort of injustice coming from higher ups, well, judge for yourself. Take the information that I just dropped in chat and judge for yourself. I'm not going to sit here and try to convince you one way or the other. That is not my way. I'm going to tell you what I'm getting out of it, and I'm going to share the information with you and let you decide for yourself what you feel are the facts, what you feel is the way to go, and how to look at it, what opinions to make. Make your own opinions. Look at the facts and make your own opinions. That is what I encourage you to do. Nothing more, nothing less. Okay? So this template is available for everyone. The purpose that it exists for is to educate. That's it. It doesn't have any blogs in it. It doesn't have any it doesn't have any opinions in it. It's just everything made available for you to make your own assessment. So now moving on, I understand that there are people who have their opinions on Turtle Boy. Okay. That's fine. But again, pay attention. Okay. Pay attention. Learn all the facts of the case before you decide what's right or wrong as far as Turtle Boy's actions go. Because here's the thing. I'm going to be very clear about something. Has Turtle Boy engaged in actions that I would engage in? A lot of it, yes. Some of it, no. Absolutely not. But it does not mean that I don't understand why he did it. And it also doesn't mean that I don't think that a lot of it was necessary. When you're dealing with having to expose people who are respected in their community and are clearly, or at least there's clear evidence to assess that they are involved in some sort of cover-up of a crime, if you are absolutely convinced of this, and you're an educated man, such as Turtle Boy is, well, then it makes sense that he would go to the extremes that he would go to. I understand it. Just because I don't necessarily approve of it, I do understand it. And those charges, from what I've seen as far as evidence go, are a sham. And I'm seeing people on Twitter put together these little videos showing these little things. I'm no stranger to this, where people take my shit and clip it up. And they're like, look what a vile human being the Glarer is. He called a woman a cunt. Oh, no. So I understand that. But the thing is because sometimes I say things that are offensive. Sometimes I say things that are I mean, I really don't know what other word to use other than offensive. But I haven't heard the guy lie. I haven't heard him do anything where he actually threatened someone's physical well-being. The clips that I've seen put together where he supposedly threatens someone, he threatens them with, I'm going to find out everything about you. I'm going to audit you. Audit means to me that he is going to, he's an investigative journalist. That means he's going to dig into every little thing about your life. And if he suspects you of framing an innocent woman, and he has valid reason to suspect you of that, is it unjust to put pressure on these people? That's the question. And I personally, I don't feel it's unjust based on what I'm seeing with these crimes, or with this crime with the John O'Keefe murder, and everything that I'm learning more and more and more. No, I don't think that anything that he's done so far is unjust. Is it morally questionable? Sure. Arguably, absolutely. Sure. Nobody's denying that. But it doesn't define him as a person, because, I mean, it's is it wrong to hit somebody? Sure. It's absolutely wrong to hit somebody. But is it wrong to hit somebody who you are seeing bullying a smaller person and getting away with it? Is it wrong to hit them then? Now, if you're a pacifist, sure. Of course it's wrong. If you're not a pacifist, some would say it would be justified. So that's where I'm at. So far, that's where I'm at. Now, if I see something where I'm just like, holy shit, dude, what the fuck are you doing? Then I'm going to be like, holy shit, what the fuck are you doing? But I haven't seen this yet. But I've seen a lot of people throwing stones. I've seen a lot of people who don't have I see a lot of people living in glass houses, basically. Okay? And we're gonna get into that. Starting with this person here.
Hello, everyone.
Okay. So this person is a self-proclaimed, and I emphasize the term self-proclaimed, criminal profiler. Okay? I'm going to get into that later. But this is who this person is, because she has managed to weasel herself onto programs like Fox News or CNN News or whatever. And I guess there's people who just take someone's word for their credentials and just go, oh, okay, well then they're a criminal profiler, cool. Simply because she's a published writer, and I'll get into the details of that.
Hello, everyone. This is criminal profiler Pat Brown, and in a week that's been pretty dreadful, with all the horrifying news out of Israel and all the deaths of innocent people. Here we got some good news, finally. We do. And before I tell you what the good news is, please do subscribe to my channel, and you can find out more about cases. I analyze a lot of cases. Check my playlist. Subscribe to the channel. Okay, that guy. You know that hat above my head? I'd like to put that on myself and put the cuffs on this guy. All right, Turtle Boy.
Except
you don't know who Turtle.
Except you can't, because you have no law enforcement experience. Tell me, how does an experienced criminal profiler have no law enforcement experience? Tell me how that works. Someone tell me, please.
Turtle Boy is. All right. I'm going to read you from this is the Boston Globe. He was arrested today, and this is what it says. The controversial blogger. Okay, I'm not going to call him a controversial blogger. I'm just going to call him a grifter, because that's what he is. He's a grifter. Now, I'll tell you why. A grifter, because controversial blogger.
Let's watch that again in slow-mo. This is welcome to the slow-mo club.
I'm just going to call him a grifter. I'm going to call him just going to call him a grifter.
Oh
Because
my God,
that's
I'm such
what
a
he
child.
is. He's a grifter. And I'll tell you why. The controversial blogger behind the Turtle Boy website and his YouTube channel is facing witness intimidation charges and conspiracy charges related to his coverage of the murder case against Karen Reed, who was accused of striking her boyfriend with her SUV and leaving him to die outside of a Canton home in 2022. So, also I've linked below my analysis of this case, whether I think Karen Reed is guilty of the crime based on the evidence, and whether this guy with his massive conspiracy theories, instead of what was
okay, based on what evidence? Based on the evidence that the prosecution has yet to reveal that they have, or based on the evidence that has been made available to us that shows nothing to Karen Reed's guilt? I mean, literally fucking nothing so far. Oh no. You didn't do this, Lisa Oldham. No, you didn't. Oh my God.
I think we got a super dad. Super dad. I think we got a super dad. Super dad. Super dad. Super dad. Dad, 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 dad. I think we got a super dad. I think we got a super dad.
Lisa Oldham's. Thank you so much. Holy crap, this is Bullheart Beggy in 10 years. Oh my goodness, you hit the nail on the head. But it's Bullhorn who, if she, like, this is who she wishes she could be. Because what this lady has done, people, and I'm glad you made this comment and gave this super chat. Thank you again for that. I'm glad you made this comment in your super chat, because what it said, what I'm telling you here is this woman became successful by doing what Bullhorn Betty does, by just saying she's something without any credentials whatsoever and building a career off of it. Somehow or another, she managed to get success doing so. She became a published author because she co-wrote a book with someone, but became published, and then rode that snowball as it got bigger and bigger and bigger by going on Fox News and God knows CNN and all these other fucking opinionated, biased fucking news outlets giving her expert opinion. But she like has no credentials whatsoever as far as being a criminal profiler. None, people, none. And I'll get into that later.
a whole lot of evidence supports that, and it hasn't gone to court yet. She has her right to her day in court. But the prosecution has charged that she dropped him off at this house and backed over him and left him there to die in the snow. And there's, all I can say is
I think we got a super dad. Super dad. I think we got a super dad. Super dad. Super dad. Super dad. Dad, 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 dad. I think we got a super dad. I think we got a super dad.
There you go, Grandmaster. Thank you, buddy.
Substantial amount of evidence to support the prosecution's case. Now, of course, she has the right to her day in court. But this guy, Turtle Boy, his real name is Aidan Kearney. All right.
Oh my God, you guys are killing me.
He has created what I would call a cottage industry. This is something that's going on these days on the internet.
And we got a super dad. Super dad. Super dad. Super dad. Dad, 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 dad. I think we got a super dad.
Thank you, AMAC. Appreciate it. Let's move on.
And in blogging, a cottage industry of just deciding to be on a particular side of a case. Let's say innocence. Most of the time, the bloggers who do this and the YouTubers who do this, who I call grifters, pick the innocent side. And then what they do is they spend day after day after day dredging up every piece of information they can find, every piece of gossip they can find.
Okay. I mean, the gossip's one thing, but I haven't seen him dredge up so much gossip as just simple information, without actually following up on it. If it was gossip, what I've seen him do is follow up on it. This guy knows the difference between gossip and facts. Now, maybe he has, I don't know, but what she's describing, I actually agree with to a certain extent. I don't think it applies to Turtle Boy, but I've seen this a lot, and I've called out creators for this. But this guy does not fall under that category, not from anything that I've actually seen. So it's just silly. It's just silly to me that she's just jumping to this conclusion, because she's already stated that based on the facts that she thinks that Karen Reed is guilty. I mean, but based on the evidence, she says. But what evidence? Where's the evidence? I mean, the defense is begging the prosecution to share the evidence that they have, and they won't do it. So what evidence is she talking about?
Create every kind of theory, which is based on what? Well, this dude is not a profiler or detective. He calls himself a journalist, but journalism's got a bad name these days.
You're not a profile or a detective. I mean,
I think we got a super cat. Super cat. I think we got a super cat. Super cat. Super cat. Super cat. I think we got a super cat. I think we got a super cat.
Okay, thank you, Cheesy Weezy. Appreciate it. Yeah, you're not a profiler or a detective. Oh my God.
I think we got a super cat. Super cat. I think we got a super cat. Super cat. Super cat. Super cat. I think we got a super cat. I think we got a super cat.
Yes, I gotta get on with the show. I appreciate it, but oh my God. But yeah, like I love that she's calling him out on not being, he doesn't claim to be a profiler or a detective. You're claiming to be a profiler, but he's not claiming to be a profiler or detective. He's claiming to be an award-winning journalist and a gonzo journalist, an independent journalist. That is what he claims to be. Oh my God. You all are killing me.
I think we got a super cat. Super cat. I think we got a super cat. Super cat. Super cat. Super cat. I think we got a super cat.
Thank you, Kim Wexler's Pouty Tail. Appreciate that. Let's say here for the pretendy profiler and kid on investigator, journalist, and advocate. Exactly.
These days, but he's going to make it 10 times worse. I mean, that guy's a slime ball. That's all he is a slime ball. And he's decided, because you can see from his shirt.
Is that your professional assessment? Is that your professional profile that is slime ball? Is that a technical term that profilers use to describe a criminal?
That he has taken the side of she's innocent, and that her boyfriend went into the house and was murdered there by like more than a dozen people. Or okay, maybe he was only murdered by one person, and the dog attacked him because he knows that those.
So let me get this straight. Let me hold on, because I want to understand things fully. I want to grasp them. Because I can't believe my fucking.
That he has taken the side of she's innocent, and that her boyfriend went into the house and was murdered there by like more than a dozen people. Or okay, maybe he was only murdered by.
more than a dozen people. Where the fuck did you see that? Where did anybody fucking say a dozen fucking people? What are you talking about? Have you done your research on him? I mean, is this how you profile people? Profiler? By just making shit up? I mean, dude, unreal, man. This is like killing me right now.
Murdered by one person, and the dog attacked him because he knows that those damages to his body were done by dog bites. They were not dog bites, but he's going to say they are. And
how do you know they weren't dog bites? And if you're going to say that they're not dog bites, can you say what they were then? Investigator, criminal profiler, can you say what those wounds on his arms were? I'd love to know. Because I'm willing to accept that it's not a dog if you can come up with something logical better than fucking broken glass from a cocktail glass on a fucking on the ground, or sharp blades of grass because they're frozen. I mean,
a pathologist? Is he anybody who has any credibility as far as knowing these things? No, he doesn't. Although he will claim up and down he does. So when he said, oh, this guy's gone into the house and he has cherry-picked information. And so he's got this huge conspiracy that everybody in the house saw this man get murdered, dragged the guy out of the house, dumped him in the snowbank. And then everybody covered it up, including the ambulance drivers, the police, literally everybody in town covered up this case. And
he hasn't said that the ambulance drivers and everybody in town covered this up. He hasn't said that. I mean, I don't know where you're getting this information. I mean, have you even watched any of his content? Because I'm still, he hasn't said that the medical examiner is in on it. He hasn't said that the ambulance and the fire trucks or the firemen were in on it or anything of that nature. He hasn't said that. Where are you getting that information? I mean, people watch you and they just take your fucking word because you say you're a criminal profiler. Is that how easy it is? Should I have done that? I mean, should I have just like started a YouTube channel and been like, I'm a lawyer? Because it's working so well for Betty. I mean, it's working so well for Betty so far. So maybe.
And blamed it on Karen Reed. No, none of that happened. Now, again, Karen Reed may not be guilty.
How do you know?
Okay, it hasn't been proven she's guilty. There could be some other more reasonable explanation than he went into the house and everybody there had no problem with him being murdered. Okay, there sometimes are just, things happen and maybe it's not quite as we think, but it's not a huge conspiracy theory.
Okay. Nobody said that nobody in the house had no problem with him being murdered. But the thing is when you have a house where everyone are either family or practically family. Okay. And then you have someone who is easily a patsy in a situation like that. Very easy to choose as someone, hey, better her than any of us. Because everybody in the statements claim they don't really know her. They don't know anything about her. They knew John, some of them didn't even really know John that much. But they knew John. But her, I don't even really know her. I don't know. But I'll tell you what she said, though, about John. Okay. So, I mean, it's clear now. Lady Pants is saying, I watch Pat Brown. Sometimes she's able to get police reports, but I don't know in this case. No, I'm if you follow the Karen Reed, John O'Keefe case, and you're watching this right now, you're deaf and blind and maybe even dumb if you can't see that she has no fucking idea what she's talking about. This is the look of a clueless fucking woman who has no clue about this case and is talking about it as if she does, and is talking about someone who sleeps, eats, breathes this case and is going to jail because of this case. Well, I mean, he's being tried, he's being charged, but I don't think he's going to do any time. But he's being charged with serious felonies because of this case and because of his involvement and passion for the case. And you're saying he doesn't know what he's talking about, yet you haven't said one accurate thing about this case yet. Not one accurate thing.
So, but this guy isn't going to make money off of something minor. All right. So when I do my videos, I do most of the time just one video per case where as a criminal profiler, I'm not on anybody's side. I'm not like, oh my God, I got to prove that person guilty. I got to prove that person innocent.
No, she's not on anybody's side, but she's sitting here saying, without knowing shit about the case, clearly proving that she doesn't know shit about this case to everyone who does know anything about this case, that she doesn't know shit about this case. She's saying that Karen Reed is guilty and saying that he's a slimeball grifter for saying that she's innocent. That Turtle Boy is a slimeball grifter for saying that Karen Reed is innocent. That is what she's saying. Yet here she is saying that she doesn't do these things when she's doing it right fucking now. Lady.
I'm just not on one side or the other. I'd have no reason to be. So I'm doing an analysis. And also we see that a few other shows where somebody just gives an analysis. I may disagree with their analysis and they may disagree with mine, but they're not on a side and I'm not on a side. Okay. So.
And I have yet to hear even something that remotely resembles a credible analysis of the criminal who she's saying is the criminal here, Turtle Boy. I'm waiting for her to give at least something that resembles a professional analysis, a professional profile. I'm waiting to hear it and haven't heard shit yet.
When I do these shows, most of the time it's one time. Sometimes I'll come back when there's breaking news and so on and so forth. But I do not.
Unless you count Slimeball.
Make a cottage industry out of it in my home every day, going through everything I can find, every piece of gossip and putting out every possibility. Oh, this could have happened. That could have happened. And then just building it.
So you don't research then. Got it. Just checking.
Building it. And it makes money. This guy, I can guarantee you, has probably made 5 times the salary I've made this year. Because he's got
now we're getting somewhere. Now we're getting somewhere. Oh, I'm smelling a little haterade, Pat. Are we a little jealous? Are we hating on Turtle Boy because he's making 5 times the salary you're making? Maybe people actually want to listen to somebody with credentials that you don't have. I mean, that could be a possibility. Maybe you think all your listeners are stupid and all your listeners can smell that on you.
Running behind him going, oh yes, she's innocent. Oh look. It's literally like somebody who's the leader of a cult. And we have other grifters on the channel who do the same thing because they know that if they go for this, where they push and everything is a conspiracy. The police are lying. The prosecution is lying. Everybody's lying. This is where.
Now listen, I'm going to be very clear here. I don't get the vibe that Turtle Boy is a leader of a cult. I'm not getting cult leader vibes from Turtle Boy. I'm getting a guy who is trying to create awareness on something against and doing it against odds, because I got to tell you, it's not an easy thing to convince people that police officers might be involved in a murder and are covering it up. It's not an easy thing to convince people of. It's not an easy thing to get a whole shit ton of people behind you on this. And the only way to actually do that is by stating facts and asking the right questions. Going, look at this statement, look at that statement. Why is this, and why is this that? Very, very simple. He's not up there saying, now, I'll tell you this. If you're up here looking at Turtle Boy like he's some sort of messiah or something of that nature, if you're sitting here worshiping the guy and saying, oh my God, whatever Turtle Boy says is gospel, well, then you're a fucking idiot. Sorry, but you are. Because what this case needs are critical thinkers. Okay? What this case needs are people who can look at evidence and make logical assessments. That's all it needs. And that's all I've seen him ask people to do. So if you're sitting there and going, oh, well, well, his opinion's my opinion because he said so, well, then you're a fool. And I don't imagine Turtle Boy wants people like that on board with this case. I don't get that vibe from him. So if you're going that direction, you're ironically, you're disrespecting him and what he's trying to get done. Ironically, you are counterproductive to what he's trying to do. So think about that.
Where people go down the rabbit hole, and the rabbit hole gives you so much material, so much, because you can literally throw, you can find anything at the bottom of that rabbit hole and every other little tunnel. You can find something, throw it out there. You get your people who follow you to throw out crap too. And instead of saying, it probably is not any kind of real evidence. You don't say that if you're a grifter. You go, well, you might have a point. And then you bring more people in.
But no, he will do that. He'll go, yeah, no, I don't know. Yeah, like I had him up here. I was talking to him. I was having a great conversation with him, and I laid out my loose theory on Matt McCabe having motive. And he agreed. He was like, okay, I could see the motive. But he was like, if you met this fucking guy, which is an advantage that he had over me. Now, how is that a bad thing? Because ironically, people are saying, oh, well, he's harassing, blah, blah, blah. And he's harassing. Like, okay, I think it was Matt McCabe and Jennifer McCabe who we approached at this high school event, right? This high school sporting event, correct? If correct me if I'm wrong. Now, is that something I would have done? No. But here's the thing. The irony in that is, here I was thinking, Matt McCabe, it makes the most sense to me without having met the guy, with just looking at the documents. It made sense to me the most that Matt McCabe had the motive. And so the irony is, he ended up going to this lacrosse game and meeting Matt McCabe. And had he not done that, he wouldn't have had any argument against my theory. So in a way, him going to this lacrosse game saved Matt McCabe from having a shit ton of fucking people theorizing that he is the actual murderer of John O'Keefe. Now, again, like I said, is it something I would have done? No. But in a way, has it proven to be in a way necessary? Absolutely. Because he interacted with John or with Matt McCabe directly, because he was capable of doing that, because he did that, because he was hands-on, boots on the ground, and met with Matt McCabe, he was like, no, this guy doesn't have it in him. You had to, if you would have met this guy, and I totally understood what he meant. He was like, no. I mean, because if he's just trying to prove a conspiracy, and he's just trying, and not even trying to prove a conspiracy, if he's just trying to spout and grift off of a conspiracy theory, and just throw out this narrative, that Karen Reed is innocent and it's totally unfounded, well, then he would have been like, okay, well, yeah, that works too. He wouldn't have shot me down. He wouldn't have shot my theory down. I mean, he wouldn't have. He would have been like, you know what? He would have been like, yeah, man, that works too. I mean, whatever. He would just be throwing mud anywhere and see if it sticks. That's what he would be doing. And he is not doing that. He's not doing that.
So everybody's allowed to get in on the conspiracy. And this makes a fortune in money. Now, do they have the right to express their opinions on the internet? Well, I just had a woman recently, has a channel, a small channel, and that's okay. You can have a small channel and be perfectly legit. But she saw one of my other videos.
You hear that condescending bullshit? You hear that condescending bullshit? Well, that's okay. You could have a smaller channel and still be legit. Like, yeah, asshole. Every channel starts off small. Not everybody has a bullshit title that they slapped on themselves and rode off clout that they got from fucking sitting on a fucking chair on national news networks that you didn't deserve to sit in to fucking grift off of. Some people, most people, start off with small channels. That's how it works. You can have a small channel and still be legit. Yeah, we know, asshole. We fucking know. Who's a small channel that is perfectly fucking legit? Burden of proof. One of these days, her channel will grow. I'm counting on it. I mean, that's just one example. That is just one example. Unbelievable. This lady.
Where I thought the person was guilty and she thinks they're innocent. So she's like, hey, you have to come to my channel and watch all my stuff. I'm like, look, I really don't have 10 hours to spend on your channel going through all your crap. What's your point?
Okay. At no point during my conversation with Turtle Boy or behind the scenes when we were setting up our conversation here on this channel, did he ever say, you need to come to my channel and listen to this and look at this. He never once even verbally promoted his channel on here. I had my mods dropping his links in the chat because, of course, that's what you do. That's what you do. But she's comparing this person that she had an interaction with, saying you need to come to my channel and look at my content. Okay, I agree with her that that's not the way to go. Anybody who actually believes in a certain, I guess, narrative, for lack of a better term, in a case will say, and is logical, they'll say, look at the documentation. Just look at the documentation. Look at all the facts. Not the rumors, not the Facebook posts, not the tweets, the facts. Look at that stuff and make your own opinion, make your own judgment, make your own assessment. This is what he does. Now, is he very opinionated? Sure. We're all opinionated with YouTube channels. All of us are opinionated. But there's a difference between basing your opinion on rumor and just spitting out bullshit, or basing your opinion on facts. I base opinions. I express my opinion all the time, but I take pride in the fact that I don't form an opinion until I assess facts. Simple. I mean, we all have opinions.
And then she got very angry with me. And I said, look, it's free speech. You can have a channel. You can say what you want. But I'm not required to go over there and spend my time there, because I've already seen that one of your other cases is free Stephen Avery for making a murderer. So I already know you're an idiot. So I'm not going to waste my time.
For those of you who are just joining, earlier in the stream, I dropped this link in the chat. Click on this link, bookmark it, save it, do what you can. This is what I encourage you to form your opinion on. The information in that template is what I is what I encourage you to form your opinions on, not on the things that I'm saying. Look at the documents in the file that I just shared in the chat. Look at the documents, make your own opinion. That is not full of Facebook posts, that is not full of tweets, that is full of actual police reports, that is full of documents, court documents. All of these things are in there. Form your own opinion. And if you don't fully understand it, get somebody who does. I'm not an educated person, people, but I pride myself on having common sense. And I feel blessed that at times I have people who are attorneys in my chat that when I'm going over court documents, I could refer to them and be like, hey, I'm not sure what this means. I think it means this. Correct me if I'm wrong. That's what you do. There's nothing wrong with that. But you'll never hear me say that you should form your opinion based on what a YouTuber says on a case. Never, ever, ever. Or what I say. Never.
Now, maybe you're right about this case, but I'm not going to waste my time because you already said free Stephen Avery. No, if you think he's innocent, I have questions about how you cherry pick your information. He cherry picks information.
Before anybody gets started, I have no fucking opinions on making a murderer or Stephen Avery. I don't have opinions on that. Don't fucking ask me. Do not ask me about Stephen Avery.
A lot of these grifters cherry pick information, and then what they do, it's hard to really explain, but they cleverly, they're not stupid people as far as knowing how to get people involved. They link things together in ways that look really good if you don't understand crime. If you don't understand crime scene analysis, you go, you know, they might have a point. But if you actually understand crime scene analysis, you go, no. That.
I find that very interesting. Because we're talking about the Karen Reed case, right? We're talking about the John O'Keefe murder. Have you seen crime scene photos? Because I haven't. Has anybody here seen crime scene photos? So how could you claim to talk about crime scene analysis in this case when there's no crime scene to analyze that has been made public to us?
That's not the way things work. I don't know how many times on my channel I've said this. It's not the way things work, or it's not the way criminals do things. And what you're doing is you're creating a scenario that is not realistic in normal life or in even criminal life. But that's how you bring people in, because they don't know that you're not correct, or it's not possible, or it's not likely or probable, or what are those things. So you get this guy here, Mr. Grifter and a half. After I put my Karen Reed analysis up, he came in with a big attack. I blocked him, of course. I don't waste my time with people who come into my channel and attack me. I didn't go to his channel and say anything, but he's in my channel.
Oh, okay. So let me get this straight. So basically he called you out, most likely on not knowing what the fuck you're talking about, tried to educate you, and you blocked him instead of having a conversation with somebody who has actually been following this case and taking an opportunity to educate yourself in some way, shape, or form. I mean, even taking what he's saying with a grain of salt. But yet, even after this fact, based on what you're saying here, you still haven't taken the opportunity to educate yourself on the case. Yet you took the opportunity to trash talk him. Miss Criminal Profiler, isn't that what you did? I mean, because that's what the evidence is dictating. This crime scene, this crime that you're committing, I'm analyzing the crime scene, and that is my analysis. You, A, knew shit about what you were talking about in the first place. B, he came into your chat, tried to educate you on it because he's actually educated on the case. C, you blocked him. And then D, decided to gloat when he got arrested and make this video, yet still not having taken the time to educate yourself on the case that you are all pissy about, that you got all butthurt about, that he called you out on when he showed up in your chat and tried to educate you on it. That's my crime scene analysis there. That's my criminal profile of you. Should I write a book? End up on Fox News?
And a lot of people come to my channel after they disagree with me and attack me on my own channel, and I just block everybody. But never have I gone to anybody else's channel to say anything negative. It's just it's not decent behavior. But he did, and then he sent his minions after me, which is also something that happens with grifters. Once a grifter is ignored, they try to get all their people to roll over and attack you because they are no longer able to get onto your channel and put up nasty comments. So of course, you have to spend a lot of time block. Anyway, he sent his minions. But there are so many people who,
or maybe, just maybe, I mean, maybe he did, I don't know. Or there's a lot of people who listened to you, watched a video where you tagged keywords in this case, got everything fucking wrong, and then the people who are actually educated on the case, because God forbid, nobody knows more than you, great criminal profiler, called you out on it. Doesn't necessarily mean they were his minions. Could just be people who looked at all the facts and have assessed that they feel that Karen Reed is innocent, and listen to you talk out of your ass about it with a fake title of being a criminal profiler. Maybe. Just maybe.
Who think he is leading the fight to save Karen Reed. And he's been on some legitimate channels, and I tell those legitimate channels, why would you put this guy on your channel?
Let's face it, though, he is leading the fight to save Karen Reed. Because the thing is, what makes this interesting, what makes this fascinating, makes him fascinating, honestly, is it's a scary, yet ballsy thing to accuse police officers in that area of Massachusetts of any type of conspiracy. Any of those officers of murder and their fellow officers of covering it up. That is a ballsy thing to do. And I don't think a guy who had a nice little cush job as a high school teacher at one point is going to drop everything unless he genuinely believes. He's not going to run that for a risky scam. That is the riskiest scam of all time. You're going to drop everything and just risk your life, literally risking your life to educate people on something being terribly wrong in Canton, terribly wrong in Norfolk County. You're just gonna, I mean, let's be real here, people. Like, it just doesn't add up. This guy is gonna just drop a career as a teacher, educating kids, shaping the country. He's gonna drop his career doing that to go full time into dealing with this case. Put all of his heart and soul into it. And he's going to risk his livelihood. He's going to risk the well-being of his children. Because of what? Because he thinks it's a good grift? That's the stupidest fucking thing I've ever heard. That's your criminal profile? That's your criminal profile. That he's a slimeball grifter. I mean, lady.
If you're legitimate, get professionals on your channel. Get people that you have confidence in. Don't put this side.
No. Professionals put him on their channel. That's what I've seen. Professionals who actually look into the case to go, we want Turtle Boy on our channel. And he takes the opportunity and he'll go on anybody's channel. Pretty much anybody's that I've seen. I mean, I assume so because he came on this one. Knowing that I knew very little about the case, but he took an opportunity. He saw that I have my own community here, and he saw an opportunity to educate my community on what he knows. And I'm grateful to him for that. Now, that's not somebody who is just grifting. That's not. I'm just not getting that vibe.
Can't say that, can I? Psych. Don't put this psych.
Hold on. You guys know I got to do it. You guys know I got to do it.
People that you have confidence in. Don't put this psych. Can't say that. Can't say that, can I? Psychologist. No? Psych. Anyway.
I mean,
let me read what he's been charged with.
You could say psycho. I mean, it doesn't fall under it doesn't apply to him. You know, I mean, I feel like it might apply to you. I'm no psychologist, but I'm no mental health professional. But for someone to, let's see, let me give an amateur analysis here. Give an amateur diagnosis. Okay. Someone who claims to be something that they're not and pretends to be something that they're not, such as a criminal profiler, and has managed to make a living doing it. Yeah. It's a little psychotic. Maybe. I don't know.
Anyway. Couldn't happen to a nicer guy. So glad they finally did something about him. What has happened here? All right.
What
Tierney
I hate
has
her, dude.
extensively covered Reed's prosecution and has accused investigators.
This lady's so full of fucking hate, bro. So reminds me of somebody.
Of framing her, at times appearing on social media in a hoodie that says Free Karen Reed. Well, he doesn't just at times appear. He always appears on social media, constantly, in and day out. He's leading the charge to prove she's innocent and to say everybody in Boston is a crook.
He hasn't said that.
Was it Boston? That's Norfolk. I don't know. I'm not.
Because all of those people that show up to the courthouse steps whenever Karen Reed is having a hearing, that are saying, that have signs that say Free Karen Reed, t-shirts and hoodies that say Free Karen Reed, those people live there. Those people live there. So everybody in Boston's a crook? He hasn't said that. He hasn't said that at all. Exactly. They're local and know what goes on. Thank you, Tracy Ann.
Not from Massachusetts. On Tuesday, Kearney had criticized Norfolk District Attorney Michael Morrissey, whose office is prosecuting Reed, and Canton Police Chief, I guess it's Canton, really, we're looking at, Canton Police Chief Helena Rafferty, whose department investigated the case with state police, for describing his, quote,
I mean, I love it. This is her idea of research, is reading a fucking article. This is how a criminal profiler does research on a case. People, what would you call somebody who claims to be something that they're not and then goes on YouTube with a channel claiming to be something that they're not and making money off of the idea that they are that something that they are not? What would you call that? I mean, yeah, but but allegedly, yes. See, you guys, look at you. a fucking grifter. A fucking grifter.
Peaceful protest as witness intimidation. Michael Morrissey and Helen Rafferty are the two highest ranking law enforcement officials in Canton, Tierney wrote on Twitter. Both have made public statements calling my peaceful protest illegal.
Oh my God, it's her, dude. It's her. Oh my screen. I fucking hate you, dude. Help! I've fallen and I can't get up. Oh my God.
As a legal witness intimidation, and demanded that I stop. Now, two judges have made it clear I was right and they were wrong. Sad when an award-winning journalist, I'm sorry. If anybody gave you awards, they're idiots too. All right, award-winning journalist. And I want to point this one thing out. Sometimes people say, when you're on YouTube, you shouldn't attack other YouTubers. And I get it. Generally speaking, I try not to speak too negatively about other YouTubers, and I don't unless I think they're grifters or something really upsets me. Because we all have our different ways, we all have our different opinions, and I think, not everybody should just watch my channel. They should go to other channels and also learn things and maybe, compare. That's cool. But
so the criminal profiler suggests to learn about cases from YouTube channels. That's interesting. Because you'll never hear me say that. You'll never fucking hear me say that.
I think we got a super cat. Super cat. I think we got a super cat. Super cat. Super cat. Super cat. I think we got a super cat. I think we got a super cat.
Girl of the Valley, thank you. Save, care, and read. Shake, 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 Cuck Church. Absolutely. That's what he's here for.
When we don't speak out against grifters, when we let them run over YouTube, misleading people, and we don't say anything, I think that's wrong. I think at some point, when you have a grifter to this level, somebody has to speak up. And you know what? Very few YouTubers do. And do you know what? Because it's not pleasant. When I spoke up against him, it wasn't nice. I have been, I may say one thing on my own channel, not their channel. One time on my channel, I might say, I disagree with them. And I think I'm concerned about what they're doing out there. I'm concerned about the information they're sharing. I say that lasts about a minute and then I get massive attacks. So is it worth that? And that's what a lot of YouTubers say. I'm just going to stay quiet because I want people hating on me. And so people don't say anything.
I mean, this has got fucking Battery Betty vibes all over it. I don't want to get attacked. Don't take me. Me. Lady, at no point have you actually educated anybody on this guy. You haven't done any research on him at all. You haven't shown that you've done any research on him at all. You haven't shown that you could easily pull up his shit and do exactly to him what I'm doing right now to you, which is streaming you and showing what a fraud you are, because you are absolutely a fucking fraud. Because even if you have these credentials that you claim to have, even if you have these credentials, you are a fraud in the sense that you are not giving people any type of educational analysis whatsoever. You claim to be an educated criminal profiler, yet you have yet to give an educated analysis at all in this video. You haven't spent any time doing so. You're just doing what I do poorly, very poorly.
Say anything. So this guy gets away with this constantly. But finally, law enforcement has said enough is enough. And so he said, sad when an award-winning journalist understands the law better. No, you do not. You don't understand profiling. You do not understand crime scene analysis. You do not understand the law. What you understand is how to make money off of suckers. That's what you understand.
But
then it goes on.
Where's your understanding?
So anyway, Morrissey took a unusual step of releasing a video statement condemning what he says as all absolutely baseless. harassment and vilification of witnesses. He has harassed and vilified witnesses. I mean, over and over and over again without any substantial evidence at all.
Right.
Okay. He didn't just do one.
Yeah. People. Tracy Ann Chasing. She's saying prior to Karen Reed, YouTube was hardly his platform. He writes, he's a blogger. Yes, he has a channel, but his thing isn't sitting behind his mic going over cases, which is kind of why he's in shit. True. But he is dedicated all of his time to this case. And she's sitting here and acting like this guy is her, which is really, really funny. This is projection at its best, people. She's acting like Turtle Boy is doing what she does. She just decided to start a fucking YouTube channel because she's been on TV a couple times. And she's had books published. I mean, any asshole, truth is, any asshole can write a book, use a bunch of word salad, and they can get published because she's proof that that's exactly what happened, which I will go over in just a minute. Stay with me, folks. We're just going to get through this video.
His opinion. He is out every day trying to put people in a place which makes them look guilty when there's no evidence to prove that. And it says more.
Dude, I've gone over the evidence. Here's the evidence. There you go. Look at it yourself. Look at it yourself.
As Morrissey says, it should be an outrage to any decent person. Absolutely. And all of you people following this guy, dump him. Be a decent person. Dump him. And it needs to stop. Innuendo is not evidence. And
see, that's fear. See, that's fear. Like, I never tell people to unsubscribe from Bullhorn Betty or JLR. All I do is just show that they're idiots. That's all I do. Same thing I'm doing with her right now. If you're subscribed to her, more power to you. But just know there's another perspective here, and I'm providing you with that perspective.
I think we got a super cat. Super cat. I think we got a super cat. Super cat. Super cat. Super cat. I think we got a super cat. I think we got a.
Thank you, MJ Monroe. Appreciate it. Yeah, but what that tells me is that's fear. When someone is like, unsubscribe from them, drop them, get away from them, blah, blah, blah. That's fucking fear of what they're saying. Like, if he was just such a fucking idiot and he didn't know what the fuck he was talking about, then and how arrogant of you to think that people are just going to take your word when you're not putting up a case. Here you are claiming to be a criminal profiler, and you haven't put up one solid case as to why anybody who follows Turtle Boy should drop him. That's what's most fascinating to me. Please give me a good reason why I should stop following Turtle Boy. I would love to hear it. Give me a good reason based on evidence and facts. I'm all ears. But all I'm hearing you do is trash the guy based on nothing. Based on you showing me that you haven't done any research on him at all. Nor have you done any research on Karen Reed's case. It's very simple.
Oh my goodness, does he like innuendo? And a lot of these grifters do that. They'll say, oh, and then this person did this and that, and there's no proof. It's just gossip. And if you base your channel on mostly gossip, You're a grifter, Chime. False narratives are not evidence. Correct. You can have one opinion about a theory. I'm okay with that. Everybody has an opinion. But when you develop narrative after narrative after narrative based on stuff that isn't actually evidence or twisted evidence because you have no skills, this is nothing. It's just a false narrative. It's very correct. These people were not part of a conspiracy. I totally.
Lady. I mean,
based on stuff that isn't actually evidence or twisted evidence because you have no skills, this is nothing. It's just a false narrative. It's very correct. These people were not part of a conspiracy. I totally agree. There's no conspiracy going on in the house. There's no conspiracy going on in the police department. All the people in town are not conspiring to put her away.
have you gone over any documents on this case? Because what's really funny, and the reason why I rewinded that, is because you're saying it's a false narrative based on no evidence. Yet here you're building a narrative against Turtle Boy here without any evidence. You're spinning a narrative that he is a grifter and that he is a scam artist and that he's a cult leader. Yet you haven't presented any facts to substantiate your argument. Yeah, Tracy Ann. I'm going to go with that too. She hasn't read any fucking documents. She is not even familiar with this case other than a couple of news clippings. That's the most I'm going to give her as far as credit goes.
At all. I mean, it's ridiculous. And they have not engaged in any cover-up. To have them accused of murder, that's the family, is outrageous. To have them harassed and intimidated based on false narratives and accusations is wrong. They're witnesses doing what our justice system asks of them. So, anyway,
I mean, this is just funny to me. This is just fucking hilarious to me.
I think we got a super cat. Super cat. I think we got a super cat. Super cat. Super cat. Super cat. I think we got a super cat. I think we got a super cat.
False narratives, huh? Blah, blah, blah. Yeah, I agree. I agree 100%.
But her lawyers have argued there was a cover-up between local and state police investigating the case, and that O'Keefe was beaten in the basement of the apartment.
Sorry, I forgot to say thank you. Thank you, Corinne 007. I get distracted by things that I'm trying to do, and whenever I don't want to come off ungrateful at all, I'm very grateful. Thank you.
Sorry, of the house after he was dropped off there, and that the family dog, a German Shepherd, attacked him and injured his right arm. But that's the lawyer. Okay, that's her attorney. As much as I dislike attorneys being slime bags, you know, and building any kind of false narrative, they're legally allowed to do that. That's their case, and we can't. It's hard to keep them from doing that. I also believe that they should not be able to go in public media. I think it should be a gag order on that, so that they can present their case in court. Prosecution can present their case in court and leave it at that.
Yeah, these people. I believe that Turtle Boy's arrest was merely an act of intimidation. I don't believe that the prosecution, I believe it was a tactic. The prosecution's involvement in it is a tactic to try to strengthen their case against Karen Reed. I don't feel that any of them are worried that Turtle Boy is going to hurt them in any way, shape, or form. These are these are people with law enforcement in their family, if not law enforcement themselves. These are people who are claiming intimidation, but they're not scared of Turtle Boy. They're not worried about what he's going to do. They're worried about people looking their way and asking questions. They want him to shut up. I mean, but it's just really funny, and people like this showing up is it only makes people question things even more, because here's this person who hasn't done any research on this case whatsoever, none at all.
I think we got a super cat. Super cat. I think we got a super cat. Super cat. Super cat. Super cat. I think we got a super cat. I think we got a super cat.
Macau Mama, thank you so much. Imagine this woman on a jury of an innocent person. Well, if the police said so, they must be guilty. Scary stuff. Right. Totally. Yeah, that was what fucking the wannabe turtle was saying on his fucking stream earlier today. You just gotta listen to the police, people. Listen to the police. Now, if the police are in question, just Google the higher ups of them. Moron. I was like, I was just like, this is just a fucking idiot. Like, just a guy known to be an idiot and still just being a fucking idiot.
Not spread that on the internet. And of course, this is what he's doing. He's spreading all of this on the internet. And I don't know if the defense attorneys are involved in any way with his pushing this on the internet, or whether they're just going, that's a shame. Okay, so let's see. Anything more here? Just want to point and see if there's anything left here. This is Morrissey also says, I'm asking the Canton community and everyone who feels invested in this case to hear all of the actual evidence at trial before assigning guilt to people who have done.
I love how she's emphasizing that actual evidence at trial. Like, nobody's saying not to do that. I'm no longer on the fence. Well, let's say this. I'm on the fence, but I am hanging off on the side of Karen Reed. I am like, my leg is just, I'm hanging off by my leg on the side of Karen Reed on this case. And the only reason I'm still technically on that fence is because we don't know what's going to come out in trial. And I'm waiting to see what comes out in trial. But there is plenty to believe that Karen Reed is innocent. There is so much to believe that Karen Reed is innocent. But common sense would dictate that, of course, before you actually make a full-on decision as to who you support and how you're going to go, well, you're going to wait till trial. But at the same time, if you're looking at what the prosecution is doing and what they're not doing, well, then they're not, they seem to be kind of afraid of evidence being presented. They don't want to show the evidence. It's very weird. And this is why I'm leaning so far on the side of Karen Reed, because I'm not seeing the behavior, the normal behavior of what a prosecutor would be doing in this case versus what a defense attorney would be doing in this case. And the defense attorneys seem to not only be, I mean, their job is just to create doubt. That's all their job is to do, is to just simply fucking create doubt. And yet what they're doing is making a case of her innocence. It's not their job to make a case of their innocence. It's not their job to prove her innocence. It's just their job to show that the prosecution is not proving her guilt. That is their job. And yet, for some reason, so that behavior from the prosecution and that behavior from the defense is very telling to me. It's very telling to me.
Nothing wrong. And certainly before taking it upon yourself to harass citizens who evidence shows have done nothing in this matter but come forward and bear witness. So we're going to see what happens.
Unless you count lying, because there's clear evidence that lies are being told by a lot of these witnesses. because people being at the same place at the same time, where it is confirmed that they were at the same place at the same time, and having conflicting stories about what took place at that same place and at that same time, well, somebody's fucking lying. It doesn't take a criminal profiler to figure that shit out.
With the charges against Turtle Boy. But I hope the charges are strong enough that he can go crawl back in his little naughty shell and never come back out again. My guess is he's really the kind that will never, ever.
Really? You're going to throw in a fucking unfunny pun on top of all that shit you were talking? You're going to throw in an unfunny pun? Crawl back into a shell and never come out again. No, dude, this guy's going to get louder and louder. Like what they just showed was, or what they just did was gave Turtle Boy, whether Karen Reed's innocent or guilty, doesn't matter. What they just did was they just made a guy like Turtle Boy, a loud guy like Turtle Boy, much, much, much louder. That is all they did. That is literally all they accomplished. Because they're not going to be able to prosecute him on those charges. There's no fucking jury that's going to convict him. There's no 12 people in that city that are going to convict him of harassment.
Shut up. He'll find something else. Once he squeezes out of something with some kind of whatever, he's going to squeeze out some community service. Just the kind of guy we want doing community service. He'll be back out playing his game. But
that's funny, because what's really interesting is he's already performing a community service. That's exactly what he's doing. He is performing the community service in that community. And he's doing it for free and without a sentence. Now, he's making money for sure. He admits that he makes money off of his YouTube channel and off of his blogs. It's his living. It's what he does. But he's going above and beyond here. And he's absolutely performing a community service in that community. Make no mistake about that.
Yeah, I was happy to see him arrested. I'm happy to see him called out at least. And I just hope more people stop paying attention to this guy. Really, he's not worth paying attention to. And you're giving him too much credit. You're giving him too much money. And, you know, he's a snake oil salesman. Don't fall for it. Okay, that's just my thoughts for today. I was just happy to have some good news in this very bad news week.
Lady, you're a snake oil salesman. Like, clearly.
In my opinion, that's good news. We need to stop people like him. Thank you. Thank you, authorities up there. I'm behind you 100%. Anyway, that's it. Again, if you're
behind you 100%.
new to the channel, please do like, please do subscribe, check my playlist, and click on the link below where I'm analyzing the case of Karen Reed so that, you know, you can see where I'm coming from. And see you next time. Hopefully. Bye.
Shut up. All right. Oh, all right. You guys got to give me just a second here, folks. Sorry about that. All right. So, I mean, this is just very, very funny to me. this lady calls herself a criminal profiler. Very interesting. Let's look up Pat Brown here. Profiler. Okay. The Pat Brown Criminal Profiling Agency. Let's see the Pat Brown biography. Let's see what this says here. See what this says here, folks. So, Pat Brown criminal profiling. Pat Brown is a nationally known criminal profiler, television commentator, author, and founder and CEO of the Pat Brown Criminal Profiling Agency and CEO, co-developer of the Pat Brown method of investigative criminal profiling for major crimes detectives. Pat has profiled cold cases for law enforcement for over 20 years. Her experiences in providing deductive profiling in homicide cases led her to develop the first criminal profiling and investigative analysis certificate program in the United States for Excelsior College, which is a major provider of continuing education for military members and law enforcement, recognizing the importance of criminal profiling as a tool in fresh cases, well as cold cases. Pat joined forces with Police Chief Robert Lee to bring criminal profiling directly to the skill set of major crimes detectives, and together they have developed a specific method of investigative criminal profiling to be offered as necessary training for police detectives. Let's see, the last decade and a half. This is just her stroking herself off here, showing talking about the shows she's been on, Today's Show, CBS, blah blah blah. The books that she's on, and now it says here that she holds a master's degree in criminal justice from Boston University. This is what she says. Okay. She claims to have this master's degree in criminal justice. Now I find that interesting because somewhere else where I've read now, granted, it's Wikipedia, so who knows? But let's take a look at her Wikipedia page here. Early life and education. All it says here is that in 1981, she graduated with a liberal arts degree from University of State of New York. Nothing about Boston University. I mean, and then it says all of the stuff that she published and all of the TV shows she's been on. But her education says something very different here. Why wouldn't her master's degree from Boston University be listed here? Now, all it takes is a bachelor's degree in criminal justice to be a criminal profiler. Okay. Now, but only in her little biography on her own webpage does it say that she has a master's from Boston University. But I mean, even that, like the most impressive criminal profilers have like PhDs and doctorates, I mean, this is come on. And yet when I look up anything that's outside of her of her own personal webpage, well, then it just says that she has a degree in liberal arts from a completely different university. So now let's look up something real quick. What kind of job can you get with a degree in liberal arts? Oh shit, hold on. Let's see here. Google's my friend, people. I see. Let's see. Let's look at all of them. Teacher, public relations, graphic designer, psychologist. That's interesting. Event planner, translator, art directors, technical writer, journalist, human resources, analyst, artist, salesperson, writer, editing, archivist, financial analyst, a financial analyst, customer service representative, and designer. Yeah. I'm impressed. Now, she does have more of an education than this next person. I will give her that. But the bottom line is, if you were claiming to be a criminal profiler and you go on YouTube and make money off of YouTube claiming to be a criminal profile, yet you show absolutely no skills that a criminal profile might show, a criminal profiler might show, well, then you're a fucking grifter. You're full of shit. You have given me personally, as a listener, you have given me no reason to invest anything in you. Now, let me set this up, folks. Okay, this is extra loud, y'all. I apologize. I'll mess with the volume a little bit, but hold on.
Don't do 2 shows in a day, and I was not going to be talking about this today, as many of you guys know, because I've spoke to you about the second show that we were going to do probably later this afternoon. But then, as I always do, I'm always researching new stuff and reading new things, and Turtle Boy came up on my search. Good morning.
That's a fucking lie. I guarantee you that is a bold fucking lie. Oh my God. So yeah, he just happened to come up on your search. Or you just saw that the whole fucking world was talking about this guy being arrested. That you've never even mentioned the Karen Reed or John O'Keefe case ever. Not once. Because I've been covering you for a long time, and you've never mentioned these things, and you've never mentioned Turtle Boy. But he just came up on your search, just magically. while you were researching cases. Okay.
Morning, Unicorn. I think this is the first time I've been able to see you since I got your letter. I read your letter yesterday. Thank you so much. God bless you for everything. Hindsight 2020, second thesis, Michelle Lynn, Haley, good morning. Skittle Crime Podcast, November. It's nice to see you, Stevie's mom, Guidance. Good morning to all. So I was reading this article, related to Turtle Boy, and I was curious because I'm like, wow, this guy was arrested. And as I'm the more and more I read about it, the more I'm thinking, like, this guy kind of, no offense, went a little overboard, if you ask me. But,
Okay. So for those of you who are here because you've recently subscribed, let me give you guys a little history on this person who's claiming that Turtle Boy went overboard. This is someone who doesn't show up to courthouse steps with a bullhorn and rally people together, and bring awareness via facts to a case like Turtle Boy does. This is someone who does shoddy research, if any at all, to a case, knows nothing, and will show up to a victim's family's house or their job with a bullhorn and scream and yell through the bullhorn to harass, merely to harass, not to bring any awareness. She doesn't rally anybody together because people are like, dude, nope, that's a little too fucked up for me. I'm not doing that. But she's done it in at least 2 cases. She showed up. There's a missing girl named Summer Wells. She's been missing for 2 years as of June 15th. And her parents are getting a lot of shit on the internet because they live questionable lifestyles. Arguably, it's debatable depending on who you are. But there's no evidence to dictate that they had anything to do with Summer's disappearance. It's just based on people not liking them and how they live their lives. So people are making the assumption, and there's a lot of channels out there that are making a lot of money off of the name of this poor little girl. And she is one of these people. And what she has done is shown up to her parents' house with Jonathan Lee Riches, with Molly Golightly, and with Chronicles of Olivia, and harassed these people to no end, and showed up to their job and got them fired from their job because they were causing such a disturbance that it was easier for their foreman on this job, this construction job, to just fire them, get rid of them, and they not even be trouble anymore. It will get rid of these people.
I think we got a super cat. Super cat. I think we got a super cat. Super cat. Super cat. Super cat. I think we got a super cat. I think we got a super cat.
Thank you, Headstones and Headlines. Bertha was probably searching for Dolly, right? So, yeah. So, just to set things up here, anything that she says negative about Turtle Boy's actions is absolutely asinine coming from this person here. Just so you guys know, it's the most hypocritical shit that I have ever heard on YouTube yet. This is a milestone for me as a YouTuber covering tragedy pimps and grifters, because this shit right here is easily the most hypocritical shit I've heard yet.
I believe in, reporting. I believe in our constitutional freedoms of press, obviously. But when we know that we do have...
Let me also put this in another way. What Turtle Boy does is what this idiot and Jonathan Lee Riches claim to do. Okay? Turtle Boy actually does it legit. Turtle Boy actually does research. Turtle Boy is actually an award-winning journalist. Turtle Boy is a published independent journalist. It's who he is. It's what he does. This person doesn't do any of that. This person just yells and screams at people. This person also, now, Jonathan Lee Riches has a criminal record and has done prison time. And this person has a criminal record a mile long. Whereas these charges that Turtle Boy were brought up on are his very first. And he's doing it in the name of justice. And he has shown extensive evidence that there is good reason for him to be doing what he's doing. Whether you agree with it or not, you cannot deny the fact that the evidence dictates that questions need to be asked. You cannot deny this fact.
We have this right, our First Amendment, but we also know there are constraints on it as well. Did he go too far? And should he be charged?
That's another point too, by the way. Turtle Boy is actually educated. Turtle Boy has an education. So this person does not.
And, you know, I'm going to step away from this because I feel a little bias in this, you know, either for or against. I'm both on this, and I'm going to explain here in just a little why.
Well, that would make you unbiased.
So I'm going to go ahead and put this one report up, and then we're going to play it. And then after that, we're going to have a discussion. We're going to read a few more articles and see what kind of paper he has, go through all of that.
Now, I haven't watched this yet, folks. I watched the other one prior, but this, I like to do Betty reactions. I like to react to what she says. The thing with her is you can never, ever, like, you can't go wrong. She's going to do and say something stupid. So it's just very easy go-to content.
Of that. And then I'm going to open up the phone lines because I truly want to hear your opinion of this. And I'm going to express mine as well, because I have to say, for me personally, some of the conduct he did is extreme. In my opinion, he's got a lot of problems he's going to have to deal with. He might be popular now, but that's not going to help him when he's got to face the judge. And I just want to, you know, just.
Betty also claims to be an attorney, and then changed it. She claimed to be an attorney at one point. Then when it was extensively proven that she wasn't, she claimed to have worked for an attorney, which still nothing. So
just watch and we'll discuss.
A blogger is facing charges that he harassed and intimidated witnesses who were interviewed about the death of a Boston police officer during a snowstorm. WB's
now, all of which Betty has absolutely done. Okay? It's questionable and debatable whether or not these charges are legit against Turtle Boy. What is not in question is the fact that Betty has absolutely done this, put it up as content, just was never charged for it. Why? Because this, and what's funny is this almost is, it kind of, in a way, slightly, it has a hand in proving Turtle Boy and what he's saying were the reasons why he was charged, why he was arrested, why they're building a case against him. It's because he's a legitimate threat. She's just somebody who is annoying. She knows that what happens is if she gets put in handcuffs, then law enforcement is going to give her some sort of clout when they don't want to give her any clout. Law enforcement will just ignore her, conduct their investigations despite the distractions, and they'll just ignore her, treat her like a gnat in their face, and not even. So it's very fascinating to see her, and like I'm giving it 10 minutes before she compares herself to him. I'm giving it 10 minutes. I'm probably being generous.
These Christina Hager's live in.
You guys know what this is referring to. This is actually referring to the Karen Reed trial. We touched on it a little bit just to say it was going on, but we didn't really dive into the case or the facts of the matter of this particular Karen Reed case. She's accused of running her.
Okay. Okay. Dear sweet baby Jesus, please let Bullhorn Betty start covering the Karen Reed case. Please let her start diving in to this case. Please, so that I have that much more content. Amen.
Her boyfriend over, or backing a car into her boyfriend. She's saying she's set up. So this is that case, and it like I said, it's a problem for me.
It's a problem for her.
Prosecutors say that harassment included sending messages to witnesses.
And Lisa, in court here, he wore a sweatshirt that said "Free Karen Reed." In the end, the judge allowed him to leave the courthouse without having to post any bail. And when he did, there was applause. The man behind the online blog known as TurtleBoy, Aiden Kearney, outside the Stoughton courthouse, where he had faced a judge moments earlier, arraigned on 9 charges of intimidating witnesses in a different case, the Dedham murder.
Okay, just a second, folks. Just a second. Please, sweet dear baby Jesus, let Bullhorn go to Canton during the Karen Reed trial and try to clout chase there. Please let her interact with the people of Canton in Turtle Boy with her Bullhorn. Amen.
Murder trial of Karen Reed. This latest twist had him shouting.
And I will not be intimidated. I will not be silenced. And we will continue on our journey for justice for John O'Keefe and for Karen Reed.
His followers waving a flag to honking vehicles passing by. While inside, a prosecutor detailed the accusations laid out in hundreds of pages of court documents.
This is where I just want to break into this conversation just a little bit before we hear what he is accused of. So the whole thing in the road, signs, getting people to honk, all that stuff, not a problem for me. Not a problem for me at all. Getting in the public space, doing that kinds of stuff, not a problem for me. Covering this.
I love how she's talking as though someone like Turtle Boy would need her approval. I love that shit. This is just fucking great.
Case and believing somebody is innocent, not a problem for me. I don't think it's a problem for. Sorry, my microphone's up a little too high. I don't think it's a problem for anybody else.
No shit.
Right? No problems. But that is not the crux of this case. Let's listen.
I can't wait to hear the crux of this case.
Directed to witnesses.
Now, I have no problem with you being on your own blog talking, because, you know, when we're talking here, I talk to people here. I see nothing wrong with that either. There's nothing in my mind that says speaking on your own channel, either directly to, because there's no guarantee that they're watching. So that really doesn't, there's nothing wrong with that. That's going to be hard for them to say. To me, that is his.
Now, you hear that logic? Yeah, like it's totally cool to trash talk families of victims. That's totally cool. That's because they may or may not be watching. That's her logic. Just so you know.
His First Amendment right, and that is hopefully not what they're standing on. But I've already watched this, so you just stay tuned.
You guys should just stop going in public, going out in public. It's only going to get worse from here. I know where you all were today.
Kearney has amassed a large.
Now, saying, I know where you all were today. That could be construed as very, very creepy. But depending on when that was.
As compared to, I know where you live. I know where you work. I will have you fired. I will contact your bosses' bosses, and I will make sure that they get sick of hearing me call them so that you lose your job. Compared to that, Betty? Interesting.
Could there have been a court hearing? Could have been something more general than that, just basically, because there's been times on here, depending on, because this is written. I obviously
Right.
they're going to have to play this for the jury. And
that's where we're in agreement, Tracy Ann, because I had to really do a little bit of soul searching when it came to that. Because the thing is at this point in this case, okay, you're saying Turtle Boy is super close to the line. I'll say that, but the yelling and getting attention for Karen, I'm here for that. I want to be clear where I'm at in this case. Again, we have to wait for trial for all of the facts to come out. We have to wait for that. But where I'm at right now is I feel that in order to get the attention needed on this case, he has done what is necessary. Normally I'd be like, what the fuck? That's, geez, man, that's too intense for me. I'm not doing that shit. You know what I mean? But is it a question of, do I look down on him for it? Or do I respect him for it? When the time comes and all of the facts come out on this case, am I going to be 150% in support of Turtle Boy? But I have enough reason to believe that Karen Reed is innocent, at least for now. I'm seeing a lot more evidence that she's innocent than evidence that she's guilty. That's where I'm at. And if she's guilty, or if she's innocent, if she's innocent, then there are people that he has been putting pressure on that have to be in some way, shape, or form involved with covering it up. And where do you draw the line as far as approval of what it takes to put pressure on these people and expose these people, to put pressure on higher ups, to put pressure on the public, to demand pressure from higher ups on these people? Who's that for me or you to say? Because when the system itself seems to be failing to get justice for what all the evidence that it's made available to us now is dictating that this person is innocent, well, I mean, what does it take for one person to do? What does it take for one person to do? Because, I mean, those charges, I mean, the stuff that they presented in this arraignment, as far as what they're saying he did, well, I mean, it doesn't prove anything. It doesn't even prove that he did these things. I'm not seeing, like, they read all of this probable cause during his arraignment, and I'm just like, that's being twisted. So I don't even see them really having a case against him. And not to mention, just a couple of days ago, just a few days ago, sorry, he had there was there was Chris Albert who was trying to get a protection order against Turtle Boy, and he was shot down. The judge just shot him down. Was like, no, I'm sorry, that's not harassment. That's not threatening. He's not threatening you in any way. And then I'm seeing other people accusing him of threats, like Jennifer Coffindaffer, tweeting about him threatening, but yet has shown no evidence of it. Wow, a lot of Massachusetts folks in here. Welcome. I'm glad you're here. I mean, I'm not seeing it.
Depending on how his vocals came out, as you know, was it more intimidating or was it more of cautionary? For example, there's been many times that we've said on this show, for example, I think a good example would be Michael Monkey Vaughn, you know, Randy Neal. There was a lot of chaos going on. And I remember at one point saying, you know, I hope the parents and the families are staying off of social media. But it wasn't like intimidation, like, you better stay off social media. You know, it was more of precautionary, you know, like I don't want them seeing the stuff that's going to go on. You know, it's more of a protective type of, you know, stuff. I don't necessarily think that was the way this went, but just to let you guys know, he's reading something in a very monotone voice versus actually hearing the way it actually was said out of the person's mouth. That's all I'm trying to caution everybody on.
Online following by backing up Karen Reed's legal defense claims that she was framed in the murder of her boyfriend, Boston police officer John O'Keefe. She's accused of backing her vehicle into him in January of 2022 outside the Canton home of another police officer. Kearney has staged rallies at her hearings, calling it.
Now, again, I have no problem with any of this conduct. To me, this conduct, this is why we have a constitution, because this is what they say the rules are, right? They say if you want to do this, this is what the rules are. You can't be on private property. You got to be on public property because you as the public own that. So they're outside of a courthouse. That courthouse is owned by we the people. Therefore, that is the appropriate place to do that. Sidewalks, appropriate places to do that. So nothing so far I have a problem with, other than
the expert protester, by the way, who has never gotten credit as a protester in the press. She has been only referred to as a heckler, just so you know.
Even the conversations out of his mouth on his own channel, saying some things, even if it was derogatory or intimidating in nature, because there's no guarantee that any witnesses are actually watching that production. So far, everything mostly I agree with so far. Okay, so why am I saying he went too far?
Yeah. You of all people, I'm dying to know.
A cover-up, but prosecutors say he went further, publicizing witnesses' private information, showing.
And there you have it.
Up their home,
Oh,
calling a state police trooper's wife. And
you mean like doxing? And she says that like, and there you go, like as if doxing is way too far for Betty, because we're talking about Betty who loves, and I mean loves, to dox people. I mean, she loves it.
And saying this.
What's your
Now, even in a journalistic, not during the trial, obviously, but early on in the case, when the case is fresh and new and you're reporting on it, and you get those key interviews as a reporter or in a journalistic.
Now, here's the thing. I don't dox people. I don't believe in doxing. I don't like doxing. but it's not illegal. Okay, so if doxing is too far as his charges go, he's going to beat that. Okay, I don't like doxing. I don't agree with it. I don't think it's okay. But again, when you're fighting a monster like a brotherhood of cops who seem to be going untouched in a crime where the victim is just simply not getting justice, and then someone who really cared about this victim is being accused of it, and that injustice is happening to them, where's the line?
Respect, then that's one thing. That's not what they're saying he did. He was showing up there in an act of intimidation because he is pro Karen Reed. He had made his position be known, and now he's actually going after the witnesses of this case, according to the state. Now, we still have to be cautious if this is all true.
So, an act of intimidation by just showing up and being pro Karen Reed, that's not what the state is arguing. That's not, you're sitting here saying that according to the state, that because if that's the case, then they have no case. They have no probable cause to even arrest him in the first place. If you're saying that's the state's argument in that arraignment, because clearly you're not paying attention. Clearly you're just going by this news source that you didn't really listen to. This news clip that you didn't really listen to. Because I mean, if this is if that's what the state is arguing, they don't even have probable cause. That because he's, is this how you would argue as a prosecutor? You'd say, well, it's intimidation because he showed up in defense of Karen Reed. Huh? How the fuck is that even a thing? How is that intimidation?
Now, we haven't heard whether any of this is true. I don't watch his channel. I don't know what he does. This is the first time.
So why the fuck are you talking about it? Why are you going over it? If you have, you're sitting here admitting that you have no facts based on this, yet you're saying he's gone too far. How do you know he's gone too far? His content is still up. His channel's still up. There's plenty of, his blog is out there. I mean, how do you know he went too far then?
I've seen this man or laid eyes on him, quite frankly. Was this reporting? First time.
No, she doesn't know who he is.
I will not
No.
be silenced, and I will be steadfast.
She claims that he just showed up in a search. But no, she's talking about it because the rest of the fucking world is talking about it.
In keeping on with his mission to expose the real killers of John O'Keefe.
Like,
Security is also accused of having a civilian police.
This, her talking about it is nothing but, I mean, it is a sheer example of a desperation for views. She saw that the rest of the world was talking about it. She clicked on a few channels that saw that they were getting maybe more views than they normally would. And she saw, oh, well, I'll talk about it too, without doing any research on it, without looking into TurtleBoy's channel, without looking into the Karen Reed case. She did none of these things. Admittedly, right here, she's admitting, I don't know shit. But let's talk about it since the fucking rest of the world is fucking talking about it.
Police dispatcher in Avon runs some of those witnesses' license plates for him.
Now you know why I have a huge, huge problem with some of his conduct. Again, if true. if true.
That dispatcher has been placed on paid leave, and Kearney has been ordered to stay away from the witnesses involved. Live in Stoughton.
Oh, Lord, thank goodness your butt is not on my screen. I was actually thinking, because you know what was funny is as they were talking about Norfolk, and I was thinking that this was all in near you. I really did. I didn't. I apparently it's in Massachusetts or whatever, but I was thinking that is awfully funny. We got the Turtle Gang and a Turtle Boy all in one.
Wow. Wow. So she thought it was A, in Virginia, B, Dolly Vision, and C, didn't even know that the Karen Reed case was based in Massachusetts. Okay.
What? That's good to see you, Dolly Vision. It's good to see you. I honestly think you need to go after him for some type of copyright infringement or something with the turtle. I'm just joking. So if these allegations of actively looking up, following, stopping, talking, even after, say, somebody has told you to quit talking to them, don't reach out to them again. If you're then every time they look up you're there, you're committing a crime.
What?
You're committing a crime. And if all these things are true, and he's now engaging in calling people and that was if that's what he said to him, to that lady's that man's committing a crime. But then every time they look up you're there, you're committing to them again. Has told you to quit talking to them, don't reach out to them again. If you're then every time they look up you're there, you're committing a crime. You're committing a crime.
No, you're not. No, you're not. Let me explain how the First Amendment works, Betty, since you're always yelling about the First Amendment. If he shows up to a place that you said yourself belongs to the people, okay? That you said yourself belongs to the people, right? And he shows up to a courthouse and exercises his freedom of speech and his freedom of assembly, and those people happen to show up to the courthouse, to that public place, well, he's not committing a crime. He's not showing up to their house. He's not deliberately contacting them. He is there for the purpose of creating awareness for his belief that Karen Reed is innocent. That's it. That's all he's doing. So he's not committing a crime.
And if all these things are true, and he's now engaging in calling people and that was if that's what he said to him, to that lady's that man's wife, that can be construed to me as a threat. I have to say, if what some of the stuff that he's doing, I don't think they're going to be able to prosecute him for. But if these other allegations of basically stalking these witnesses, which is what they're alleging, then there's a problem. And they did just put an order to keep him away from them. So as long as he follows that order and conducts his business in the public, on public grounds, he can still advocate for her. I just think that this is becoming a little dangerous when a creator, a blogger, or somebody gets overly passionate. You need to restrain yourself in some cases. I think that in this, we're all human. We all have emotions, and sometimes cases get the best of us. I truly believe that. But you've got to identify it for yourself. And I think that if this is what this man is engaged in,
my God.
I think he may have gone a little too far. And I honestly think he might have put himself in legal jeopardy because he didn't realize he went too far. That's truly what I...
Okay. My assessment of whether or not Turtle Boy knows how far he's going, I think he knows exactly how far he's gone. I think that he sees this arrest that in the grand scheme of things is a win because they are clearly trying to shut him up. They seized his laptop, they seized his computer, they seized his phone, they seized his computers, whatever electronics that he uses, and they searched his house. They arrested him in front of his kids. They arrested this man in front of his kids when they didn't have to do that. Like, they absolutely did not have to do that. But it was a form of intimidation. And he's showing it because now look at all of the press that he's gotten just from his arrest. That press is so good as far as what he's doing goes. That press, all it does is bring more attention to what he's trying to show the public. All that press is doing is bringing more awareness to what he's trying to bring awareness to. Simple.
I believe happened. So again, they still have to prove this case. He was able to walk out. He was able to get a bond. I'm going to put another video on for you guys. I think.
Okay. In the very news clip that you just went over, they said that he was released under his own recognizance. That means there was no bond. He didn't have to pay a bond. He didn't have to pay bail. None of that. They just let him go. Now he's just got to show up to court. That's it. So there's no bond. Betty, get your facts straight.
I think this one will be hopefully a little bit better.
It's not even a fishing expedition. It's a fucking witch hunt. Turtle Boy being arrested is nothing less than a witch hunt. I mean, it's ridiculous. They're not going to be able to prove these charges. They're never going to get 12 people to convict Turtle Boy on these charges. It's never going to happen. Guaranteed.
YouTube and StreamYard, is that it? Let me. Oh, I just accidentally refreshed it right when it was coming up. So we'll just have to listen to the commercial. Go figure. Go figure. Hello, everybody. So I'll just go through here. I sort of saw Dolly in the house. We have a birthday girl, our first. Come on. Let's see. Here we go.
I mean, like, it's just so funny. She gets so moist when that fucking idiot shows up in her chat. It's the funniest shit I've ever seen. There is nobody on the internet. There's nobody on the internet thirstier than BHB. Nobody.
I think we
in the House of Correction for up to 90 days without bail.
So this is his actual hearing. I'm going to go ahead and play this because this is his actual hearing. It's about 44 minutes long. I'll try to fast forward through the junk, but I really think that we need to hear all this. But I'll try to speed it up as much as possible for you.
What's the junk? What's the junk in a court hearing? I'd love to know what you're in your legal expertise, Betty. What would be the junk in a court hearing that's not worth listening to? Let me fast forward to the junk
for you guys. But happy birthday, Shannon. Thank you.
Mr. Reynolds, were you standing for today? Yes, and for the Commonwealth.
Good morning, Your Honor. Attorney Kenneth Mello, Special Prosecutor for the Commonwealth. With me is Attorney Robert Novak, also Special Prosecutor's Office.
All right, good afternoon, both of you. Good afternoon, Mr. Reynolds. Mr. Reynolds, do you have any requests for the court?
I do, Your Honor. I have a number of requests for conditions of release. We're Commonwealth is requesting cash bail in the amount of $1,000, GPS monitoring, stay away from all witnesses.
Wow, they're gonna have him on a monitor too. He probably, if he's getting this aggressive, in all fairness,
Hey, legal expert, Betty, you know, with your law degree, you know you have to wait till the judge rules on those motions, right? That's a request from the prosecution. That's all that is. So, yeah, and if you paid attention to the very news clip that you played, it gives you the outcome of this very hearing that you're playing right now. Wow.
I have to say that it's probably, you know, it's probably warranted in this matter.
$100. That would be with the exception of court appearances.
It's warranted in this matter. I love it.
This is present. We're asking for 100.
I'm not sure where he's from, Dolly, but it appears that all this is going on in Massachusetts. Let me just see here. Maybe I can get an article here. I could even be wrong about that. No, it's Stratton, Massachusetts, a Massachusetts man known as Turtle Boy News. So it's Massachusetts, not too far though. I mean, I can't. You're kind of up there in that general area, but that's where it's at.
So now they're already, without knowing shit about what's going on, right? Without knowing shit about it, Dolly's trying to figure out his next grift. Should I go up there and milk this for attention for myself? And guess what? Right after this live that she did, Dolly went live talking about Turtle Boy without knowing anything about Turtle Boy.
Regards, stay away from the witnesses' homes, businesses, places of employment.
By the way, Dolly's in Virginia. This is in Massachusetts. But you know, it's right there. It's right there. You know, in that, you know, general area.
Employment and schools. We're asking for no contact with witnesses by phone.
Oh, Michael Wilson, you don't know the half of it, my friend.
Otherwise, either directly or
Thank you,
indirectly.
Kelly, member for 6 months. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
We're asking that the defendant, through his blogs and internet use, not encourage, or court order him to not encourage any of his blog followers to call or visit or otherwise intimidate or harass witnesses.
Oh, so you mean that somebody that has a channel can incite their audience to do things, to do their bidding? Interesting. I believe that. And
yeah, because you do it all the fucking time. You mean like when you had fucking your audience call on a mass level and harass the Humane Society in Rogersville because of the dogs that were on or near the property of the Wells house? You mean like that? Those innocent people who were just at fucking work doing their jobs? You mean like that?
They're encouraging, they're using the court to encourage them to put a kibosh on it. Granted, it's in a criminal case with a murder investigation, but just, you know, just thought I'd throw that in there.
As you all may be aware, this defendant has a blog with a rather large following, and that will get to the root of the case itself, but it appears that in the past he has he's encouraged his followers to take various actions with respect to witnesses in this matter. We're asking that there be no harassment of witnesses or their families.
So those interruptions, people are attending via Zoom. There are people attending via Zoom, and there are people that are like muting and unmuting, and like, you're unmuted. So that's a little frustrating.
No intimidation of witnesses or their family members. We're asking that he not on his blogs or otherwise encourage his blog followers to photograph witnesses, their families, their homes, etc. As Your Honor will hear from the evidence presented by the Commonwealth's argument, the defendant has shown up at sports games attended or that were being engaged in by children of witnesses, and has made scenes there using.
Now, this to me is going too far. This is going too far. You're talking about an active trial and him showing.
Okay. It's going too far. Let's listen to what she thinks is too far real quick before I get into it.
Showing up at witnesses' children's games. This is what I have a problem with. Too far. Absolutely too far. Absolutely too far.
Too far.
It is one thing when a case is breaking.
Now, it's not too far, though, people. According to Betty, because this is something that Betty did, it's not too far to show up to a residential neighborhood and scream obscenities through a bullhorn where there are children. Yes, homes in the vicinity, because she's going to a suspect's house and yelling through a bullhorn and calling the people in there whores, sluts, killers, with children in vehicles driving by, blocking traffic. I mean, all of this is okay, but don't show up to a high school lacrosse game and without a bullhorn and confront someone who clearly lied in their police statement. Don't do that. Don't do that. But, you know, it's okay to scream and yell through a bullhorn in a residential neighborhood with someone else, the person that was just in your chat who you were like, oh my God, my panties are soaked for Dolly. That guy screamed and yelled and said the most disgusting things I've ever heard any man say to a woman in my life. Over and over again. In front of children, in front of children's homes. Okay? Children's homes. They did this. So, yeah.
Breaking, and you're just trying to get out there and get as much information and get as many interviews as possible. That's at the beginning of the case. You know, talking to people about the case in general, you know, like the attorneys, having them respond to stuff like that. That is normal.
Which you've never done. You've never gotten any interviews with any attorneys or police officers or anything of that nature. What you have done is yelled at bystanders, at innocent bystanders, obscenities, screaming and yelling, calling people murderers and killers, talking about children being murdered and killed, where children live, where children are trying to do their homework, where children are trying to watch cartoons, where children are trying to eat meals with their families. You've done this more than once.
But when you're actively in trial and you've got a blogger showing up at people's jobs, law enforcement officers' wives getting telephone calls.
You mean like when you showed up to Don Wells and Candace Bly's job and got them fired because you were causing such a disturbance that it was disturbing the other workers and they couldn't get their jobs done. So the only thing to do because you were within your rights, standing just off of the private property. The only thing for that foreman to do was fire Don and Candace and send them home so that you would leave. You mean like that? Okay.
That to me, in my personal opinion, is going entirely too far. And I think he went so far that he has now put himself in legal jeopardy, and not just civil legal jeopardy. I think he has actually committed crimes if everything that they're saying is true.
Then why aren't you in jail,
And
Betty?
he may have to actually pay with, some of his time because of his actions. And he's so emotional that he hasn't come to grips yet with the fact that he's gone too far.
Loudspeakers, etc. We're asking that he be precluded or prohibited from attending those sports games, school or otherwise, to harass witnesses. That there be no mentioning by names or other forms of identification of the witnesses on his blogs, Twitter, YouTube, etc. When I say witnesses, I'm also talking about the victims in this case, Your Honor. The victims in this case all being witnesses in another matter that the Commonwealth will address.
Yeah.
Certainly, this would not.
In the last 24 hours, people, I've seen live stream and video after live stream and video about Turtle Boy by creators who know nothing about him. And I mean nothing.
Preclude the defendant from talking about other cases, but not with respect to discussing the witnesses and their family members, etc. We're asking that he have a stay-away order from D&E Pizza, and that he be precluded from encouraging his blog followers from harassing and intimidating that business, that he not contact witnesses, family members, schools, sports teams, coaches, etc. He has done that.
Yeah, I would like to, Beach Life. I have every intention to, as long as he's willing to join me. But I'm not going to bother him with that right now because I mean he's obviously dealing with a lot. And I know he's agreed to go on other channels and stuff, but he's already been on this channel before. And I'd prefer to give him a little space at the moment. But he is welcome here anytime he wants. He has a standing invitation here anytime he would like. So, but yeah, I would always have him welcome here.
I think we got a super cat. Super cat. I think we got a super cat. Super cat. Super cat. Super cat. I think we got a super cat. I think we got a super.
Oh man, thank you so much, KB Investigates. I appreciate it. When is BHB going to be held accountable for her actions? Why does she still have a channel? I just don't get it. You know, I get where you're coming from. Me personally, I don't. I'm not somebody who goes and reports channels and does that sort of thing. I just don't do that. You know, but it's just a matter of time. It's just a matter of time. You know, my prediction is either this lawsuit with another creator is going to bring the kind of negative attention that it would that other lawsuits have brought on YouTube themselves, and YouTube will sever their partnership with her, or somebody else will end up suing her at some point, and then YouTube will sever their partnership with her. But in my experience on YouTube and covering some of these people, there seems to, it could just be a coincidence, but it's a hell of a coincidence when it seems to happen very close to when there is a lawsuit involving a creator is when they take their channel. But I won't. I'm not going to. I don't report channels. I just don't do that. I find it more fun to review them and make fun of them. So.
And I also, again, want to remind the audience that this is an active trial, an active case. This person has been arrested. This person is before the courts. This is an active court hearing. At this point, any reaching out.
He hasn't even entered a plea yet. So it's not an active trial. He hasn't even entered a plea yet.
To witnesses, families, those types of interviews and stuff, unless you have already made a connection with them and have an open line of communication, you should not be trying to intercept anything. This is an active court case at this point. It's a little concerning.
In the past, Your Honor, that be not photograph or video witnesses at home or work, and that also goes to taping, Judge. And be not contact the place of work of the witnesses or victims. And I have a large number of facts I would like to make the court aware of. I apologize for the time it's going to take. There are 9 complaints before Your Honor.
I love that you can hear. Hold on. I let me just.
Like, this is an active court hearing. At this point, any reaching out to witnesses, families, those types of interviews and stuff, unless you have already made a connection with them and have an open line of communication, you should not be trying to intercept anything. This is an act.
No offense, but you are a stupid asshole.
Betty, did you just fucking say that shit out loud? Why would you say that when you know goddamn well that that is something that I am calling you out for on a constant basis? You are constantly trying to contact people during an active investigation. You are constantly showing up to places that could potentially be crime scenes and possibly be contaminating them during an active investigation. I am constantly calling you out on this, and you are saying this shit out loud? Are you kidding? Betty, why would you do that? Why would you do that?
I'm retarded?
That's what I thought. That's what I thought. Okay. Just checking.
Active court case at this point. It's a little concerning.
In the past, Your Honor.
It's concerning. She's concerned. I love it.
Or video witnesses at home or work, and that also goes to taping, Judge. And be not contact place of work of the.
Now I gotta say, folks, listen real close.
And that also goes to taping, Judge. And be not contact.
You're gonna hear this throughout this hearing. For those of you who don't know, those are horns honking by the courthouse in support of Turtle Boy. Not just in support of Karen Reed. This is Turtle Boy's arraignment. Those are horns honking from the people of Canton in support of Turtle Boy. And I love that you can hear them clearly during this arraignment from outside the courthouse, from the street outside the courthouse.
Contact place of work of the witnesses or victims. And I have a large number of facts I would like to make the court aware, but I apologize for the time it's going to take. There are 9 complaints before Your Honor. Some of these facts apply to all. If I could just read that section to the court once or recite those facts and then deal with them individually. Thank you, Judge. Your Honor, on the morning of January 20th, 2022, a gentleman by the name of John O'Keefe was found unresponsive on the front lawn of 34 Fairview Drive in Canton, Massachusetts. He was transported to Good Samaritan Hospital where he was pronounced deceased. The Office of the Chief Medical Examiner determined the cause of death to be blunt force to the head and hypothermia. Evidence was presented to the Norfolk County Grand Jury.
Oh, it's not in Canton? I'm sorry about that.
On the night of January 28th, 2022, Reed
Yeah.
and O'Keefe
were
two.
Yeah, don't ever feel timid about correcting me in chat. I love my chat because I utilize my chat to help me with certain facts sometimes if I get them wrong. So I appreciate you guys correcting me if you hear me say something that just happens to be incorrect.
Canton restaurants, C.F. McCarthy's in the waterfall where they met friends after, and this is Karen. After
Court is in Staunton. Thank you.
Shortly after midnight, Karen Reed and Mr. O'Keefe were invited to 34 Fairview Drive, Road in Canton. Witnesses stated Reed and O'Keefe did not enter 34 Fairview Road. The Norfolk Grand Jury indicted Karen Reed on second-degree murder, motor vehicle manslaughter while operating under the influence of alcohol and leaving the scene of a motor vehicle crash causing death. The indictment alleges
I'm not from there, man, so I don't know how to say it. What did I say wrong? Did I say student?
And the case is currently
Student?
pending in Norfolk Superior Court as docket number 2282.
Stoughton. Stoughton.
117.
Gotcha.
The lead-in
Stoughton.
Just for the record.
Next Stoughton over from Canton. Thank you. Stoughton. I love all these Massachusetts people in here. They're just like, what the fuck are you talking about? Fuck out of here.
Utteration like you just did. That's from someone
Get your shit straight, you fucking cocksucker.
who has not yet been.
Thank you, Judge.
Fucking
The
retard.
investigator for the investigation I've just described is Trooper Michael Proctor of Massachusetts State Police, assigned to the Norfolk State Police Detective Unit. Trooper Proctor testified before the grand jury and continues to conduct investigative work on the case. Michael Proctor is married to Elizabeth Proctor. Elizabeth is not a witness to the investigation, but a family member, as mentioned in Chapter 268, Section 13B of the General Laws. During the investigation into O'Keefe's death, witnesses were identified, interviewed, and testified before the grand jury. These civilian witnesses were present with O'Keefe and Karen Reed in the hours leading up to O'Keefe's death and his discovery on January 29th, 2022. The witnesses include the following. Matthew McCabe, who was interviewed by investigators. Matthew was with O'Keefe and Reed at the Waterfall restaurant before O'Keefe's death and observed an SUV believed to be that of Karen Reed's in the front of 34 Fairview Road and he testified at the grand jury. Jennifer McCabe was interviewed by investigators. Jennifer was with O'Keefe and Reed at the Waterfall restaurant before O'Keefe's death, observed an SUV believed to be Reed's in front of 34 Fairview Road, and was with Reed when O'Keefe was found unresponsive and testified at the grand jury. Brian Albert, interviewed by investigators. Brian was with O'Keefe and Reed at the Waterfall restaurant and the homeowner of 34 Fairview Road and testified at the grand jury. Julie Albert, the wife of Christopher Albert, was interviewed by investigators. Julie was with O'Keefe and Reed at the Waterfall restaurant before O'Keefe's death, and she testified at the grand jury. Chris Albert, husband of Julie,
Now,
was first interviewed by
what I love here,
February
folks,
10th.
is that this is playing and Betty has no fucking idea who anybody who is being named here are. Not one person Guaranteed. Let me speed this up
She
though,
was
because
present at 3430 Drive.
this takes forever.
People were arriving from the Waterfall restaurant and observed an SUV believed to be that of Karen Reed parked in front of 3430 Drive. In an April 2023 motion filed by Reed's defense attorneys, defendant's motion for order pursuant to Mass Rule of Criminal Procedure 17 directed to Brian Albert Verizon and AT&T, alleged police misconduct and a conspiracy among civilian witnesses to frame Reed for the death of O'Keefe. The motion calls Brian Albert a suspect and Jennifer McCabe a conspirator who took calculated steps to purge her phone of this inculpatory evidence. A local blogger, the defendant, Hayden Kearney, had adopted the defense's claims. Kearney runs a series of websites and social media accounts under the name of TurtleBoy. The social media accounts include TV Daily News, X, formerly Twitter, with 33,800 followers.
So wait.
Hayden Kearney.
I will tell you that I checked his count this morning. And
So wait. She doesn't go through this entire hearing, right? She doesn't go through the entire hearing, and she doesn't wait to find out what the judge's ruling is as far as the GPS and as far as bond goes. Okay. Okay.
And his account on his right now is at 46,000 plus followers on his Twitter account currently as we're watching this. So he has increased since this quite a bit.
Yeah, that's what he was trying to do. Make no mistake.
Facebook with 27,000 followers.
Make no mistake. I do not believe that Turtle Boy was trying to get arrested, but I do believe that he expected to get arrested. And in a way, a part of him was hoping that he would get arrested, because what it would do is bring more attention to simply what he is trying to bring more attention to. Simple.
And Turtle Boy Live on YouTube with 41,000 subscribers. Here at first.
Yeah, it sounds like it's Turtle Boy Live on YouTube. That's his channel. So we'll go over there as well.
Never been over there. First time hearing about his channel.
Many of his sites, his websites or blogs, if you will, has a pay section where he's requesting contributions from the public to support his work.
Yeah, I can do that.
Some indications are that
I'm going to tell you, they're going to lose me every time when they come to the compensation aspect of this. It is a job. He has every right to earn a living. And when they start coming to the compensation, it irritates me. Now, if he's doing illegal things for compensation, that's one thing, and they can determine that, whether he has done that or not. But again, when it comes to these people, they're trying to shame us. First of all, there are many mainstream media people out there that I have watched do very, very questionable things. We've had witnesses. Dolly can even say, there have been times we've been out and we've seen mainstream media do things that I would not do. Okay, period. And they are compensated.
Yeah, the link I just dropped is Turtle Boy's link. So if you guys if you're from my community and you don't know about Turtle Boy, make sure to sub up to Turtle Boy. Check him out. But also, 1 second here. Oh, wait.
I think we got a super chat. Super chat. I think we got a super chat. Super chat. Super chat. Super chat. I think we got a super chat. I think we got a super chat.
Wow. Macau Mama, thank you so much. My hubby was found guilty for a crime he did not commit. The police boys club high-fived and celebrated on the verdict. This happens. It's life-altering. Yeah, I would imagine so. And it happens a lot. So, I mean, and this is the thing. The vibe I'm getting from these cops in Norfolk County, the Stadies, as you guys call the state police there, the vibe I'm getting from them is the equivalent of what we like to call here in the South good old boy bullshit. That kind of shit that goes on where they just look out for each other. Everybody knows somebody. Everybody's related to this person who's on the town council, blah, 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 blah. All this shit fucking happens. And it's just, like I said, the equivalent to what we call in the South, good old boy bullshit. And that's exactly what it seems to be going on here in this case. And I'm very sorry to hear that, Macau Mama.
Compensated a hell of a lot more than us here on YouTube.
And let me see. Okay. Now, I was wrong. We're 33 minutes into this, okay? We're 33 minutes into this. I predicted 10 minutes, but we're actually a whole 33 minutes into it before Betty decided to compare herself to Turtle Boy.
YouTube. I have to say that he's probably, I don't know, getting several $1,000s from each one of his accounts per month, would be my assumption, with 40-something thousand followers on each account. That would be my assumption. So it's not like he's bringing in, $20,000, $30,000 a month. Some of our news organizations are. So I don't want to, I really don't want to hear this you're going to lose me. When you start getting into the compensation, you're going to lose me every single time. You just are.
It's been estimated on the internet that he's raised in excess of $5 million doing so. So this is apparently a business of his that he's engaged in. The beginning of
April, I don't believe $5 million. You say 5,000 or 5 million?
Social media accounts where he adopts the defense allegations as true.
Hold on.
The indications are that it's been estimated on the internet that he's raised in excess of $5 million doing so. So this is apparently a business of his.
I'm in the wrong business, but I'm not willing to jeopardize my livelihood. I'm not willing to jeopardize my livelihood for $5 million. I'm sorry, but I want to see that. I don't believe.
Yeah, I don't think that he's made $5 million off of this. I don't buy it.
I don't believe this man has raised $5 million. We're doing something wrong if he's able to raise that kind of money. That's all I'm saying.
Beginning in April of 2023.
I mean, I guarantee he raises substantially, significantly more than Betty raises, because he's out there actually doing what she claims to do. And he's actually doing something about a case that is clearly merits questions. And he's raising those questions. And he's working really hard at it. So, yeah, I think that he's making significantly more than Betty makes? Absolutely. But the difference is it's also well-deserved. Betty doesn't deserve to make money doing what she's doing because she's A, completely full of shit, B, totally fucking lazy, and C, completely full of shit.
Like social media accounts where he adopts the defense allegations as true and makes personal attacks on civilian witnesses and members of their families and their friends. Kearney authors and publishes a blog on the website tvdailynews.com. The website has a series of articles entitled Canton Cover-Up. As of September 28, 2023, at least 164 articles have been posted to the website in this category regarding Karen Read, and there have been additional articles since that date.
So what does that have to do with?
To prevent people.
What does that have to do with? See, I find that fascinating because what the fuck does that have to do with him supposedly harassing anybody? He's writing articles on a very public case. He's a blogger. That's what he's supposed to do.
People from writing articles, even 164 articles. Again, this comes down to the freedom of press. So there's going to be some allegations. I think they're using this as background information versus chargeable information, if you will, if that makes sense to you. So they're using this as a background to why they're charging, as opposed to these being allegations that are chargeable. So hopefully that makes sense.
God damn it, dude. See, Betty will start to make sense. She does this all the time. She'll start to fucking make sense, and then she'll say something fucking asinine. You know, like I'll be like, Betty, there you go. Every fucking time. They're not, I mean, there's no justification in them saying that stuff. Just because he puts these, they're not asking for I mean, there's no reason to give the guy's fucking biography during his arraignment. Like, it's asinine. There's no reason for that. There's no justification in them talking about how many blogs he's put out, and it's just irrelevant. It's fucking irrelevant.
Kenny posts weekly videos to YouTube where he has discussed Karen Reed and made statements regarding witnesses. Below are a small selection of the verbal statements made by Karen in these videos that have been published to followers and are publicly available for viewing without being a subscriber or follower and have been archived by investigators. Episode 594, Turtle Boy returns to Canton. This is a video posted shortly after Kearney visited homes of witnesses. This is not my last trip to Canton. I will be back. I'll be back. Get used to this. These people think, pardon me, these people think I'm fucking around. You haven't seen the last of me. Get used to it at the 119 mark. Episode 598. Karen Reed defense files.
That's not harassment. That's him saying, I have the freedom of speech and I'm going to be loud and you're not going to intimidate me from leaving. And this is the level that it's gotten to. This is the point that it's gotten to. This is intimidation. All they're doing is stating his case for him by saying that he said, hey, get used to me being around. I'm not going nowhere. I'm sticking around right fucking here. That's all he's doing. And they're trying to use that as evidence against him. I mean,
files motion to recuse. This guy, meaning Chris Albert, had his head on the swivel looking for turtle riders. I got bad news for you, Chris. I got really bad news for you. They are literally everywhere. You guys should just stop going out in public. It's only going to get worse from here. I know where you all were today. You were in Agawam, weren't you? You guys were at some sort of Little League thing at Agawam. Albert's.
I'm sorry, but in my professional opinion, in my personal opinion,
professional. That's rich.
These things are going too far. I mean, when you're investigating and you're doing an
Bro. What are you talking about? You've done way worse. You've threatened YouTubers. YouTubers that have been in this chat tonight. You've threatened them saying, I know where you work. I'm going to be there. Like, what are you talking about?
doing an investigative type research. Again, that's one thing. That's one thing. This is, in my opinion, entirely going too far. You're talking about him following these people, him sending people out. Like when we were out there, and somebody was in here saying something a little earlier about, oh, I could do. No, we are not actively. When this court, when have you seen me? Brian Koberger's case is in trial. When have you seen me actively reaching out to any potential witnesses for that case? We discussed the case. I will go out there, and if I speak to somebody in person, I do, but I don't go and actually interfere with witnesses of a trial because I know that they can't speak because they're witnesses at a trial. So he's making turtle.
See there. God, Dolly Vision is such a fucking douche. So, I mean, the difference is that he's going there and these witnesses, these so-called witnesses, are lying. There's clear lies in the official statements. In official statements here, okay? I'm going to post this one more time. In these official statements, there are conflicting statements, okay? This is evidence, people. This is evidence, what I'm posting right here. Educate yourselves, okay? So when nobody seems to be doing anything about it, this is why he feels justified in doing what he's doing, because he's saying, I'm going to put pressure on you. I'm not going anywhere until we get enough attention on you to where the right people start asking you the right questions. I'm not going anywhere. Our turtle riders are everywhere. That is called putting pressure. That is called using the people to get the right service from your public servants. Simple. That is all that is. That is all that is. Now, going too far, not going too far, who knows? But at the moment, I'm of the opinion that it's justified. At the moment, I'm of the opinion that his actions are justified.
Turtles look bad. We don't rock with Turtle Boy. No, we don't. This is going too far. So what they're identifying
Now,
here, him commentating on his channel about this stuff, that's one.
I want you all to pay close attention because I've been down this road before. I have been down this road before with cases where the room is split in the YouTube community on how to look at it one way and how to look at it on the other. Okay. I've been down this road before. All you have to do is look at the overall behavior and history of the channels that are talking about things on one side and the channels that are talking about things on the opposition. Okay? You look at who has criminal records and who don't. You look at who has had a history of doxing people and harassing people, whether it be on their screen, in front of their camera, or behind the scenes in private chats. Look at those people's history versus the people who don't have histories like this. And then you get to assess, who has more credibility? I mean, and right now, the room that split on the side of being anti-Turtle Boy and trashing him and saying, oh, he's gone too far, all of which that I've heard so far have a history of nefarious bullshit on this platform. All of them. I'm not going to name names. Because I'm not trying to get in back and forth drama with people. But it's a fact. It is a fact. You just got to use your eyes, people. Use your eyes.
That's one thing. Him going out there and protesting in the roads and getting people together and being outside of the courthouse, again, something totally different. When you start actively engaging in surveilling online and offline key witnesses in an active court proceeding, you are committing crimes. You need to learn the law. And trust me, his ignorance to the law, they don't care. That is not a defense.
Oh my God.
Just so that there will be no life as normal.
My God,
life is normal.
bro.
Had normal for a while.
I
there.
love
January 29th,
it.
April 2023. You guys literally got away with murder.
Daddy.
It's at the 8-minute mark. While discussing the video of the
and trust me, his ignorance to the law, they don't care. You are committing crimes. You need to learn the law. Committing crimes. You need to learn the law. And trust me, the law. Learn the law. Learn the law. Need to learn the law. Need to learn the law. And trust me.
Oh my God, Betty, you're killing me today.
His ignorance to the law, they don't care. That is not a defense.
Case all you people were there. Just know that there will be no life as normal is over. Life is normal.
Fucking wow.
For a while there, from January 29th to about April 2023. You guys literally got away with murder. Stateside of the 8-minute mark. While discussing the video of Chris Albert being confronted outside of a Canton restaurant, we, here in his audience, are getting to them. Chris Albert, meaning Chris Albert and other witnesses. When you act this way, that's like a green light for you. Time to hit the gas. I got pictures of you. You can't leave the fucking country, Turtle Riders. We're going to find you. They're going to find you. You can't hide anymore. Your private life is officially over. You leave your house, you're going to have your picture taken. So you need to get used to the new normal, your new normal.
How is that? That's, I mean, everyone's subject to having their picture taken. That's freedom of the press right there. Like, how is that a threat? How is that a threat that you can prosecute someone on?
And for all the haters out there, I'm sorry, but you have never heard me say that. You may have heard me say that life is as you know it, maybe is over. Not into the sense of we're going to hunt you down and find you, in the sense that this crime has affected your your ability at this point. For example, when Leilani was out of her home, or when Leilani had murdered her son but had still not been arrested, I said something similar to her face. Everything you see here is gone. You know why I said that? Because now they have to pay attorney's fees. They're all going to most likely lose their job because of the stigma of the case. It wasn't threatening like, I'm going to take it. I'm coming to get your stuff. It was just an observation. This man here is levying threats. Threats.
You have been clipped so many times, not just by me. I mean, by fucking everybody. Like, you have been clipped so many times saying the things that you're saying right now that you've never said. Oh my God. Wow.
This is a man that's threatening people. This is going overboard. I'm sorry. It just is.
What the fuck?
Telling somebody that
he's killing me right
that
now.
They've committed a crime. You believe that they are committed a crime that you believe that they committed. For example, Don Wells, right? We went out there. There is no proof in the pudding for an abduction, anything like that. I'm just waiting for law enforcement to go put the freaking silver bracelets on both him and Candace, right?
Okay. Betty, Jesus fuck.
They've committed a crime. You believe that they are committed a crime that you believe that they committed. For example, Don Wells, right? We went out there. There is no proof in the pudding for an abduction, anything like that. I'm just waiting for law enforcement to go put the freaking silver bracelets on both him and Candace.
No proof that any crime was committed at all. That is her admitting that there is no proof that any crime was committed at all when it came to Summer Wells. Yet, she went out there and harassed this little girl's parents. The parents of a missing child. She went out there and harassed all of them, both of them. And is now saying, and is admitting no crime. There's no crime. Yet, I'm waiting for them to slap the cuffs on him. Okay.
Right? We say we think he's a murderer. We think he has something to do with his daughter. I don't know if I ever said murderer, but definitely has something to do with the daughter. Either way, he is a murderer.
You've said murderer, yeah.
It is what it is.
You said that they
right?
killed their daughter. Yes.
But when do you see me going after him day in and day out saying,
oh my God. There is so much footage of you going in on Don Wells and Candace Bly day in and day out. There is so much footage of you doing that. What the fuck are you talking about?
And reaching out to anybody and everybody that he's around. And the only reason I'm bringing this up is because somebody had made a comment in our comment section that I can do this. I can promise you, I have never done anything like this ever in my life and would never.
Wow.
Pictures of you.
Betty,
send it to me.
You've said these words yourself. The internet's forever. I mean, I could just, I don't have enough hands to name creators that have clipped you doing the things that you're saying you've never done. I mean, it's insane that you're saying that out loud right now. Unreal. Like, you've done much worse. Much worse. You've done much worse in the past week.
You're famous. We need to accelerate it. They, the woman who recorded the video, Chris Oliver confrontation, are doing a fantastic job with this. Stated that at the 24-minute mark. In episode 604, entitled Colin Albert Drops Out of School, Brian Higgins Flipping, is the end near. I said from the beginning, I don't want this to go to trial. That is this defendant's words himself. I don't want this to go to trial referencing the Karen Reed case.
You know who this reminds me of? You want to know who all of this reminds me of? Even, I'm sorry. This reminds me of the crap that Cam, Allie, BK were all doing in the Summer Wells case with the witnesses and everything else like that. This was the kind of shit that they were doing, in my opinion. Now, I don't know to what tune did they go, you know, was it just talk online? And if it was just the, you know, the banter online, that's one thing, you know, that's something totally different than putting action behind that. So, I mean, I really don't know. I don't know what they did. I know I was effed up.
Wow, insane.
Billboard goes up on Route 1 outside Gillette Stadium in Foxborough. More to follow on his website. The topic of the blog post was about a billboard that read, "Free Karen Reed."
Okay. Give me just 1 second, because this isn't going to be hard to find. Give me just 1 second here. Pretty funny. Pay attention, folks.
Hey guys, Bullhorn Betty. So we're on the path of taking our power back, right? So we're going to take our power back. So I sent a cease and desist letter to a particular creator about her bullying. We found out she was a teacher. And so basically I told her, because she's on multiple recordings that we've...
I love it. Everything's like, I mean, she's on an island of her own, stupid. And every... I got a fist
we've clipped talking about how she's recorded me while she's on the school's dime. So this is what I'm going to do. I thought she was going to quit talking about me, but we realize now that she says she can never lie, but she did lie. And so after she received the cease and desist letter, she's like, oh shit, time for damage control. Now she's calling cops, trying to say I'm the bad guy, which I've never made a video about her. I just threatened her that I would sue her if she did not stop targeting me and harassing me. So now we're fast forward. She's obviously cleansed her entire channel because of her bad behavior. And now she's got her power back. Okay, well here, this is me taking my power back. Every time you say my name on your channel, I'm going to clip it.
When people like this sway, like, to me, that's insecurity. And picking a fight. Shut up, Will. Somebody who's on hear you right she'll now. Do that. This situation, I have, you know, a lot, but
I'm going to clip it.
She doesn't do drama.
God damn it.
Before this one, she was done.
Superintendent, to your school board.
You know, here we go.
Send those clips to your superintendent, to your school board,
Hmm.
to the State Department of Education, and to our Federal Department of Education. Every single time I hear my name out of your mouth, I'm going to clip it.
Now, you see what her method is here. I want to be very clear about this.
Okay. That's just a very, very mild example of her threats. Just a very mild example, folks. I mean, all you have to do is go down my list of videos that have her dumb face on the thumbnail, and you'll know what I'm talking about.
I'm sorry, you've never heard these conversations. I have to be honest with you, out of everybody online, I've never heard these conversations from, that is exactly what it sounds like. But I don't think I've ever, I know a lot of people go back and forth, you know, and the clicks and stuff like that, but I've never heard even some of the hate channels go this far. I mean, this is extreme. I've never personally witnessed it. I'm glad I'm not associated with that account, but I don't think I would associate myself with somebody like this. If I would have seen this online, I'd have been like, whoa, 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 you know, because I think he's going to be in some serious trouble over this. I really do. He's walking out of court and it's a hoo-hoo and a ha-ha, but I don't think he's going to be hoo-hoo. And
If he was actually going to be in serious trouble over this, you'd be in jail right now.
Ha-ha, and when this is all said and done, I really don't.
On June 13th, 2023, Kearney broadcast a live YouTube video, episode 590, which is currently posted on his YouTube page. During the broadcast, Kearney displayed phone records of Jennifer McCabe from the day O'Keefe was killed. The records displayed names to the phone number, displayed names next to the phone number.
That is a terms of service violation. Like, that's one of the things. You can't have a name and private information like phone numbers, addresses. You can't have a name and like emails with emails and passwords, things like that. This is people's names and telephone numbers being publicly broadcasted. I think anybody could see a problem with that. I think anybody sees a problem. Too far.
These records had previously been
oh my God.
During the video broadcast, Kearney cold calls the phone numbers without names associated. In this process, he called the work cell phone of Trooper Proctor. Trooper Proctor stated the phone number that made the call was 413-262-69. I'll omit the last two numbers.
Now, for those of you,
left the following voicemail.
For those of you who are new to the channel, who are new to my channel, like all these people that you're seeing in my chat right now going, holy shit, what the fuck? Are you kidding me right now? Reacting in text the way that I'm doing verbally right now. These are people who have been following me covering this idiot for 2 years now. Easy 2 years. So, I mean, just to give you guys some context as to what's going on in the chat, these are people who not only follow my channel, but follow other channels who cover this person and know exactly why the fuck I'm freaking out. And they're freaking out too, listening to this going, oh my God, she's saying this shit out loud.
Hi, Trooper Proctor. This award-winning journalist, this is award-winning journalist, Aiden Kearney calling. I'm calling to talk to you. I do have some questions about you. I have a lot of questions, actually. For starters, why didn't you tell me, one, before doing the investigation, that you were good friends with the Albert family? Why did you, in the report, say that you were introduced to Chris Albert on February 10th, when you have known him for more than a decade prior to that? Why did you lie about that? What time you told Karen to read car? Why did you intentionally misspell the names of several key witnesses in your report?
Gregor Smith, yes.
All those things.
I mean,
where do I have a lot of questions for you? Where were you inside Fairview?
Dude, it's a fucking minotaur on steroids, dude. Like, it's a minotaur of hypocrisy on steroids. It's insane.
Fairview Drive that night, or that morning rather. Why did you say stay there for 4.5 hours? And what did you guys talk about and do? Why are you standing?
See, those are great. In my opinion, those are great interview questions. There's a time and a place for these types of things. This is not the time or the place is the problem. Those are, to be honest with you, those are, good interview questions.
Interview questions.
So give me a call back, man. We feel like
says the person. Oh my God, I don't want to make myself laugh again over this. It says the person who wears a homemade press badge on a lanyard around her neck at home. Yeah, I don't want to fucking crack up over that again.
I talk about you a lot. I feel like I know you pretty well at this point. I know what year you graduated from the academy. I know you were up in West Brookfield for a while. I know some people that you know, so give me a call back when you get this. Now that I have your number, and everybody, Washington also has your phone number, which again is 781.
That is some BS, and again, not something that we will ever prescribe to. Period. It's just he went too far. And
Why can't she say the word subscribe? Like it's in the top 5 most commonly used terms on YouTube. Most commonly used words on YouTube, and she says prescribe. Something we won't prescribe to. What are you Are you at a veterinarian's office right now? What the fuck are you talking about prescribe to? But you're a journalist. You're press. You don't know the difference between prescribe and subscribe. Okay.
And again, coming out of that hearing, he's being applauded for going too far. There's one thing, and I've said this before. I don't know if you guys remember when we were at Tennessee, in Tennessee, covering the Summer Wells case.
Oh, we remember.
There was an abortion clinic that was burned to the ground, and I went out there. And many of you guys know that I'm a Christian. You know, I have my beliefs, just like everybody else has their own personal.
I love that you're bringing this up. By the way, I'll explain why.
Beliefs that are for them, but even in my own personal beliefs, I would never advocate something like that. That's not avocation for me. That was putting people's lives in danger. Those houses around that building were all wood. They could have literally set the entire community on fire. They did not care. And
that's interesting. Yeah, give me 1 second here. Give me just 1 second here. I'm going to see if I can find it. I might not be able to find it because there's just so much. God, there's so much to go through. Yeah, I mean, it's going from like most recent, and Jesus, these are so like recent. But I'm trying to find one particular clip, and I'm having a hard time finding it. Yeah, I already played that one. Yeah, there's the rage meltdowns. Those are always funny. There's just, yeah, man. There's just so much. There's so much to go through. But I'm trying to find one particular clip, but let's see. Yeah, this'll work. No, that won't work. Because the really old stuff is where it's like all right. Yeah, I can't find it. Okay. Because some of these are like too long, man, and I don't want to go through them. Because I'm telling you, it's so much. All right. Here's one. Okay. Sorry about that, guys. Let me present this one. I don't even know what this one is, but
It's not arson. It's not. Nor a threat. And then she wants to go on and bring up my extensive criminal history. But she fails to call me. She fails to do her due diligence to even find out whether I've been found guilty or not. And you know it's the trolls that sent this over here, right? You know it's the trolls that did this. I will, Mama Bear. I'll read them here in a little bit. I'm on the road. Yeah. So what I need people to do
sorry, I couldn't see chat.
is start correcting her and letting her feel what she caused. You want to lie about me? You want to be dishonest about me? Cynthia? With SNN? Seriously? That's how low you will go politically? Damn shame. So I will be getting an attorney for the slanderous remarks that she made, and I will be taking on SNN, hands down.
There's nothing slanderous when you're looking at
Totally irresponsible. So you want to step in it, Cynthia? Let's step all in it. I demand a full retraction of my criminal history. I could care less what you say about something I posted in Knoxville, Tennessee. Kevin Van Austin Bridge knew exactly what I was saying. He doesn't want to embolden me, he says. Kevin, I'm already emboldened. You were the same person that told me that my bullhorn would be the demise of me politically. Mr. Van Austin Bridge. It was that came out of your mouth.
She fancies herself a political activist, by the way.
Cynthia is a irresponsible news reporter on SNN. SNN is a local paper here in Sarasota County, but they cover Manatee County and Sarasota County. And I can't believe she was stupid enough to be so biased and one-sided. Talk about ethics. You know, that's what we hate about mainstream media, is they're supposed to have ethics. I'm surprised her editor.
So a mainstream media reporter wrote about her and wrote negatively.
About her run with that irresponsible reporting.
And she's raging about it.
It must be hurting for many over there at SNN. Hey guys. So, you know, it's a shame that she chose to take this route. And you know what? Also, they all have my numbers. They couldn't ask me for my comment, right? So it doesn't sound like they were even trying to get the story out. They were trying to have a news bite. And I'm sure it was perpetrated by somebody sending this over to Kevin Van Austin Bridge. And Kevin and his new cohorts, Carol Whitmore and Misty Serbia, now that he's front sides, right? He used to be against them. Now he's buddy-buddy with them to get a chair position, making himself look like a freaking fool, like an idiot. And he's an idiot. A little man with power issues and power struggle problems. That's what he is. Yeah, they are taking it too far. And you know what? But then they go and get the media involved, and the media can be sued. The media can be sued. Extensive criminal conduct since 2000. Show me the conviction, Cynthia.
I mean,
Show me the conviction, Cynthia.
Look at the
Where are
mugshots.
Where are they? You of all people know how to do research. It didn't sound good when you did that. Which troll gave you that sound clip, Cynthia?
Oh, Chronicles. I was looking for the one where she threatened the dude. She threatened that one political figure. I forget who he was, but it was while she was in Tennessee, and they were staying in a B&B, and she threatened to burn his house down.
But you know, what is SNN? They are a low-wall newspaper. They have a little channel that's affiliated with ABC. You know, they're pieces of garbage, you know, propaganda station.
This is the best clip.
You know, clearly
Who did
politically
this?
biased.
Oh, this is somebody named
know?
Social Fade. I'm not even familiar with Social Fade, but this is, look at, these are all different mugshots, people. Look at
That
this.
is okay. That is okay. I will be figuring something out. How dare they lie, flat out lie, manipulate the truth? Oh my God!
Look at all these
What
different
idiots?
mugshots.
What stupid idiot! Cynthia, why don't you call me, girlfriend? Why don't you give me a call?
This is the
You know my
person.
number.
This is the person that we've been listening to for the last hour on her moral high horse, talking about Turtle Boy going too far. Just so you know.
Why didn't you ask me for a comment on the news you were going to put out? I'm right here, Cynthia. Cynthia McLaughlin. Where are you? Where are you, Cynthia? I'm waiting for you. My phone's on. My
This
phone
is
is
a
on.
great clip. It's not slander if it's true. It's absolutely not slander if it's true.
And I'm sorry, that's going too far. That's not avocation. That's not nobody I want to be associated with. And this is one of those situations where this guy is becoming dangerous and is intentionally interfering with a active and an open court case. This is dangerous. This could cause a mistrial. What this man is doing is wholly and totally inappropriate and totally and wholly dangerous to this case.
I can't even get mad. Like, this is fucking
This is
hilarious. Oh my God, dude.
You called her at 12:49.
This
We're
is
gonna get
bad.
there. So now I have your number. I'm going to plug you in and we'll talk soon. Essentially, broadcasting the troopers' number to his turtle followers, if you will, seemingly with the intent to have them also harassed. As a result of the cell phone number being broadcasted, Trooper Proctor began to receive random and harassing text messages and voicemails. In the 12 hours following Tierney's calls, Trooper Proctor received.
And if any mod can find me clips, because I'll just go through them right now. Chronicles, find me clips of her and Dolly in what do you call it, at Savannah. If you can, I would really appreciate it. Find me clips of her and Dolly and their antics at their best in Savannah. That would be fucking great.
Approximately a dozen text messages, phone calls, and voicemails. The content of the calls and messages pertained to Trooper Proctor's alleged involvement in conspiracy and called for his termination. Trooper Proctor had to change his work cell phone number to avoid the constant unwanted calls and messages. Michael Proctor is married to Elizabeth Proctor. Beginning in April 2023, Kenny wrote blog posts about Elizabeth Proctor. On May 9th, 2023, Kenny authored a post about Elizabeth. A video was attached to the post. The video depicts a cell phone screen of an.
Hold, please. Bet he doesn't make threats, y'all. Just saying. Bet he doesn't make threats.
I may have to use this platform to get political. I just found out one of my commissioners has sided with the devil and tried to take one of my friends off the BOCC. He is a despicable person, a little man problem. Another one of them. I think it's time for us to go to his house and protest.
Go to his house. Now,
Kevin Van Ostenbridge, you are
remember-
making me sick to my stomach. I have to tell you that.
Remember, going to somebody's house, that's too far. Okay? Public property, okay? That's no. But yeah, public property's fine. But going to somebody's house, that's too far. We just heard her say that, what, 10 minutes ago? Yeah.
That. You are absolutely, without a doubt, making me sick to my stomach. What the hell happened to you? I will use my platform to burn your house completely down if need be. Vanessa doesn't need to be removed. You do. You have lost your damn mind. Sorry, guys. Just thought I'd throw that out there. Oh, he does. He's this little short guy. I went to school with him. I loved him. He turned his back on me to start. Then he turned his back on, and you saw him positioning himself. And I'm going to start petitioning.
Bro, I'm getting Ma vibes here. Y'all ever see that movie Ma? I just saw it for the first time last night, coincidentally. Very first time. I saw it last night. And like, it's this lady that went crazy on people she went to high school with on their kids because they did something fucked up to her in high school. And he turned his back on me. He turned his back on me. I'll show him.
You know, I will start petitioning Tommy Gregory.
Oh, shit.
I will start petitioning all of my politicians that this kind of behavior is despicable and disgusting. They have no idea what I'm capable of. Kevin Van Austin Bridge, if you really want to start this crap, you're going to have to deal with me, and you do not want to start this fight with me, buddy.
Okay. Yeah, keep them coming, Chronicles. Keep them coming.
Why don't you get out of my face?
We're doing some Betty's greatest hits here, y'all. This is her on her little road trip interfering with an investigation. If you all are familiar with, I don't like to refer to it as the Idaho 4 case, but it's commonly referred to as that. That's just for the sake of you guys knowing what I'm talking about. But the 4 students at Idaho University who were murdered, she decided to jump all over that bandwagon, and she went down there. And it's not okay to interfere and start tampering with witnesses, but yet she was knocking on people's businesses as she was going to people's businesses, asking questions, bothering all kinds of random people and asking them questions. But it's never okay to do that, according to her, just so you know. But here's a little more.
Oh, he's being rude.
Now, this is actually a clip of somebody who knows what she's doing and is telling her, you're a fucking asshole for coming down here and fucking with everyone's peace. Like, this is not okay. Like, I live here and you're fucking with everybody. And he's just simply confronting her as a citizen.
Get out of the way. He's yelling at Bullhorn Betty.
Bye. God bless you. God bless you.
The people have had
He's
enough
yelling
of
at
you
the media.
The people here have had enough of you, is what he's saying. And rightfully so.
He's yelling.
The phone's over there, sir. Shut the fuck up and get the hell out of my face.
She just spit on him. Like, let me show that. Watch that movement one more time. Let's show it in slow-mo, y'all. Watch that movement. Watch your head movement.
He's yelling.
The phone's over there, sir.
Ready? 3, 2, 1.
Shut the fuck up and get the hell out of my face.
Katui.
I did not spit on you.
So this guy's causing trouble. He's yelling. Hey, Sonia.
Way to go, buddy. And no, it didn't hit you. Show him where I spit.
He just drove up and started harassing Bullhorn Betty.
I love how Chronicles of Oblivious here is trying to control this narrative. It's killing me right now.
You pull over out there. Well, I'm gonna get.
didn't even. They're fucking 2 over 3 weeks. In LA, we don't do this shit. You allow her to spit on
Now,
me?
this guy's clearly a radical. Only radicals paint the shit all over their truck like that. But at the same time, it's like he's no different than she is, you know? It's like a male counterpart of her. And I love this because, like, the thing is you've got these people. Nancy Grace showed up and did the same fucking thing. Brian Enton showed up, did the same fucking thing. And they were just parked outside. They just camped outside of the house where these murders took place. And just, I mean, can you imagine how that makes the community feel? The community's like, this horrible thing happened, and we've got all you fucking vultures here sucking the life out of this situation, you know?
You want to pursue charges or something? You don't let her spit on me? I didn't. You want to pursue charges? I was sitting in my patrol car. This bitch spit on me. Okay, well, if you go park down there, I got other officers. That fucking bitch spit on me. And she's supposed to be fucking professional. Do you want to pursue charges? Yes. Okay. Well, then we need to investigate it. I need to get
He never pursued charges.
everybody's information. Then we're going to go from there. We got multiple cameras here.
He just ended up being like, fuck it. He just ended up being like, fuck it. I don't even want to deal with this bitch.
So we can review stuff. You didn't spit on me?
I didn't spit on you. I spit at you. Sure the hell did.
Okay.
But it didn't hit you.
Because that's, you know, that's professional journalism. It's not over the line, people. Just so you know, it's not over the line. What Turtle Boy does is over the line, according to Bullhorn Betty. But as long as you keep it at spitting at people, as long as you keep it at spitting at people, it's all good. It's professional as fuck. Just saying.
Sit on the fucking vehicle.
Get out of here, dude. Why are you?
Why don't you get out of here?
I'm not going anywhere.
You have the right to be here just as much as you do, Kurt. Don't you think it's been long enough fucking time been fucking around here? People need to fucking breathe around here. They have the right to be here. People need to fucking breathe. People need to go over this shit. And that's how you feel. I understand, but they have the right to be here. You want to do charges on what? That other officer that's
Yeah, this is not comparable to Turtle Boy. It's not even remotely comparable to Turtle Boy at all.
And you have the right to be here, but obviously other stuff's going on. But it might be a better idea that you kind of just go about your way. Is that
Now she's criticizing the cops.
fair? Shut up, cunt.
He said, "Shut up, cunt." My man was like,
"Oi,
cunt."
Well, just like I said, have a dog. Have a right to spit on you. You're saying you don't want to pursue charges. Trying to fucking make a name for this. First, you think we can just move along for now, please?
All right, that's it. Hold on. More stuff. Thanks, Chronicles. This is fun stuff. Oh my God. Oh, you guys are going to love this one. You guys are going to love this one. I mean, I could do this calling Betty out on her fucking bullshit just on the stream that she did on Turtle Boy. I mean, I could do this all night. I'm not going to, but I could do this all night.
I need to find out who Ruth is, what her last name is, and I'll be able to find out where she is.
Guys, y'all find me what Ruth.
Okay, she's talking about. Oh my God.
Ruth's last name is, and that's Billy Joe's friend, right? The gatekeeper.
Yeah.
All right.
Blonde. You guys seen her? She almost looks like Billy Joe.
She almost looks like Billy Joe a little bit.
Okay. So a friend, so this Ruth person who they're claiming is a friend of the grandmother of a murdered child. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but during an active investigation, could that not be a potential witness in that active investigation? I mean, could that person not be called onto the stand if or when Leilani Simon goes to trial for murdering her infant son? Could that friend not have something to contribute, possibly, to the investigation?
A little bit. They got that gold truck. They got that white truck with the camo. 6 hours ago, someone said there was police present.
Okay. Now, let's continue here. This one you guys are gonna love.
Also new tonight, police and hecklers clash outside
Hecklers.
Quentin Simon's home.
And the Chatham County Police Chief says that these hecklers outside of Quentin's home
Hecklers.
turned the case into, quoting him now, a money-making circus.
Ha!
Andy Cole joins us live now from outside the police headquarters. And Andy, you even talked to one of the hecklers tonight and asked him about the chief's comments.
You see the jabs? Like they're overusing the word heckler just to fucking just to troll Betty and these idiots. Betty and Dolly and the rest of the idiots.
Yeah, good evening, Greg. It's been more than a month since Quentin disappeared. Since the story has gained national attention, but it's also brought in hecklers who police say make it impossible for the neighbors to live in peace. Tonight, a fifth protester arrested.
Like they rehearsed this shit. You know that they were like, okay, anytime you refer to them as hecklers and say it as much as possible. We want to really push that word heckler. Okay. All right. Everybody get in position.
Arrested all while the prime suspect remains free. A heckler is in jail.
That
after
is
a clash at the home where Quentin.
That is a residential neighborhood. And she is screaming baby murderer, baby killer through a bullhorn where children live, people. This is what I was talking about earlier. Now you're seeing it for yourself. And this is news footage. This is actual news footage. And the funniest thing is these idiots actually put this shit out themselves. They were filming their own footage and putting it out. I was streaming it. I was streaming it in real time as it was happening.
Simon was last seen. Jimmy Williams was charged with simple battery and disorderly conduct. His arrest marks the fifth.
That's
after a clash at the home where Quentin Simon was last seen. Jimmy Williams was charged with simple.
Okay, now that, my friends, is the person who thinks that he deserves the turtle, the turtle title. This is him. He's a gem, isn't he? Look at him. Look at how handsome that young man is.
Simple battery and disorderly conduct. His arrest marks the fifth heckler jailed over the last month. Chatham County Police say since October 12th, they've responded.
I'm going to start this over now. I'm going to start this over one more time, y'all. I want everybody to take a shot if you're drinking every time you hear the word heckler.
Also new tonight, police and hecklers clash outside Quentin Simon's home.
And the Chatham County Police Chief says that these hecklers outside of Quentin's home have turned the case into, quoting him now, a money-making circus. Our Andy Cole joins us live now from outside the police headquarters. And Andy, you even talked to one of the hecklers tonight and asked him about the chief's comments.
Yeah, good evening, Greg. It's been more than a month since Quentin disappeared. Since the story has gained national attention, but it's also brought in hecklers who police say make it impossible for the neighbors to live in peace. Tonight, a fifth protester arrested, all while the prime suspect remains free. A heckler is in jail after a clash at the home where Quentin Simon was last seen. Jimmy Williams was charged with simple battery and disorderly conduct. His arrest marks the fifth heckler jailed over the last month. Chatham County Police say since October 12th, they've responded to the neighborhood 50 times. In a statement, Chatham County's police chief says, quote, many of the people claiming to want justice for Quentin have turned his tragic and heartbreaking case into a money-making circus. And they have made it impossible for the people who live in the area to enjoy the peace and tranquility of their homes. This is unacceptable and has to stop.
This is what I do all over the country.
Bullhorn Betty has been outside Quentin's home for weeks. She runs a YouTube channel and live streams her interactions daily. She calls Chief Jeff Hadley's statement lies.
When I see Billy Joe and Leilani, I ask them questions. Where's the baby? What did you do with the baby? Things like that. In a professional capacity. Now,
in a professional capacity, and at the beginning of this news report, there was literally footage of her yelling at them, calling them baby killers in a residential neighborhood. In a professional capacity, y'all.
now is it loud? Yes, because I'm across the street and they're at their gate. But I have not caused this. No other YouTubers have caused this. This is their community doing this, not us.
Chief Hadley said that over the next few days, police will unveil new measures to minimize the disruption to the surrounding neighbors. Bullhorn Betty, however, tells me she isn't going anywhere.
I absolutely plan to come back to that house tomorrow because I will not be intimidated by some police chief.
What's going to stop you from coming back to that house?
There's nothing he can arrest me every single day that I'm out there. This is not about me. This is about Quentin.
Such a martyr.
Some fiery words from both sides tonight. So what are the plans from the police to keep the noise down in that neighborhood?
Yeah, Greg, we reached out to police late tonight to learn more about those measures, but they declined to say what those were. Chief Hadley did mention in his statement that right here at police headquarters is a much safer place to protest than the streets of Buckhalter Road. Greg?
Eddie Cole reporting live outside of the Chatham County Police headquarters. Thank you.
Oh, we're not done yet. We're not done yet, y'all. We're not done yet. Now, this is a mother of a missing child named Michael Monkey Vaughn. Went missing about the same time that Summer Wells went missing, under similar circumstances, actually. And this is going to be her mother speaking out. Now, if you remember, Betty was talking and using Michael Vaughn's mother as an example. And this is unreal. That she actually had the nerve to use his mother as an example.
I look like shit. No, sorry.
You look like beautifulness. To be honest.
You know, we talk about lurkers, right? Lurkers in the back and everything like that. Imagine them outside of your house every minute and a half. Wow. I need a favor.
Oh, I'm sorry, guys. And that was the last person that I wanted to interrupt. I apologize for that.
Let me get that going again. I just hit the wrong tab. I'm sorry about that. No.
Like shit and hell. Sorry.
You look like beautifulness.
About lurkers, right? Lurkers in the back and everything like that. Imagine them outside of your house every minute and a half. Wow. I need a favor.
Yes.
Some of these YouTubers that are contacting potential suspects.
What?
Oh my fucking God. I'm sorry.
I missed what was said.
Stop. You have no right. This is my son. You have no right. Stop it. You are not law enforcement. And what you're doing is you are hindering Michael's case. Stop it, please. And to support law enforcement. No, don't be contacting these people, please. You don't know the damage you can do to a case. Please.
Now that young boy is still missing, folks. And now we've got more. I mean, Chronicles is just keeping them coming. Thank you, Chronicles of the Shady. Appreciate it. She's just going to keep these coming. I mean, they go on forever, folks. They go on forever. Now, this person that you're looking at right now is no longer on YouTube. They got booted off of YouTube, and rightfully so, in my opinion.
They're telling me that there's a baby killer. And
Living in that fucking house.
This is as close as I've ever been to a baby killer.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
We're on public property.
Okay. Now, this is very important. Remember, I told you guys that they got the father and mother of a missing child, Summer Wells, fired from their job. This is them doing that. This is their footage. They filmed this, and they were proud of it. But of course, don't forget that what Turtle Boy has done, according to Bullhorn Betty, is too far. Okay? I want to be very, very clear about this. Remember, earlier in the stream, Betty said that what Turtle Boy has done is too far. Pay attention.
What'd you do with your daughter?
And there
Where'd
is
you bury her?
This is a trigger warning. Okay. She also said that she never said that they killed Summer. She never accused the parents of killing their daughter. Okay. Let's hear that one more time. Remember, she said that. Let's hear what she says here one more time.
No, listen. What'd you do with your daughter? Where'd you bury her?
In the window.
Come on, Candace. Come out here and talk to us about your daughter. What'd you do with her? What did you do with your daughter? This is public property.
I know you have that First Amendment right, but you can be considered.
Then fire him from the job. Fire him from the job. You don't need a baby. He buried his baby somewhere, and we want to know where she's at. Where's your baby?
Dude, I've never been this close to a baby killer. I'm telling you. What did I tell you? I've been saying it. Remember?
Same people, different case. Same people, different families that they're harassing. Same harassers, though.
I've been saying it for years. Sorry you lost your job. I'm sorry that your baby's dead. She's sorry that you don't have a soul.
That is the mother of a missing child. It's been missing for 2 years. That child's name is Summer Wells, and she's been missing since June 15th, as of 2 years ago. As of June 15th, 2 years ago. Okay? Let's hear what they're saying to the mother of a missing child. Right after they just got her fired from her job.
I've been saying it for years. Sorry you lost your job. I'm sorry that your baby's dead. And I'm sorry that you don't have a soul. No soul. You have no soul. Go, Boots. Go, Boots. I'm sorry.
Sorry, haha.
You know we know.
Now, remember, according to that very person who was filming MGL saying these things, who was screaming just before that, saying, fire them, saying, where did you bury your baby? This is a person saying that Turtle Boy has gone too far.
We know exactly what happened to that baby. We know exactly what happened to that baby, Candace. You're a piece of shit mom. Where are all your children? All your children are gone. Every last one of them. And one's dead.
Now, I want to be very clear, people. I know a lot of you don't follow missing persons cases who are now following this channel, but there is absolutely no evidence that Summer Wells is no longer with us. She has just disappeared. There's no evidence of an abduction, but there's also no evidence of any foul play, and there's no evidence of that she wandered off either. There's nothing. And the TBI has stated, that is the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation, who is leading the investigation. Well, Hawkins County Sheriff's Department is in lead in the investigation with the assistance of the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation. And they have stated that the misinformation and the rumors and the interference has absolutely made it more difficult for them to conduct their investigation and has cost them answers. Unreliable tips flooding in to their tip line has absolutely interfered with their investigation and has made it virtually impossible for them to be able to find out what happened to this child. Here's a little more. I mean, they just keep coming, folks. They keep coming.
Thinking you're coming out here to protest me. I'm not protesting. I ask questions when I can ask questions, and that's what I do. But these protesters out here are ready to whip the crap out of Billy Joe and Leilani if they step foot out of the house. So if you come out here and are protesting the protesters, I'd pack a lunch, because you're not dealing with Bullhorn Betty. I'm not a violent person, but these people don't like baby killers, and they don't like supporters of baby killers. So eat your heart out. Come on out here. We'll make noise together for Baby Q if you so choose. But I can tell you, if you condemn these protesters out here, you know, you might bite off a little more than you can chew, is all I'm saying. And so we'll be waiting for you, and I'll be documenting it. And when they have your butt,
and look at that. Somebody just super chatted her $100 for this. $100 for what she's doing.
all road rashed, it's going to be on live right here on the Bullhorn Betty channel. Now, I can't help it if I start laughing, right? So, you know, again, the Constitution, I've got it in my car and happy to share it with any officer that comes up here and states anything about noise, because the Constitution I have in my car right now does not state or have an asterisk or a footnote that says that we have to abide by local ordinances when we're exercising our constitutional right of freedom of speech as well as freedom of assembly and freedom to.
Yeah. But the people who are trying to live in peace that surround that house and live in that neighborhood, they don't deserve peace. They don't deserve the peace of just their local law enforcement that they pay their taxes for to simply do their jobs and investigate, which is exactly what they did, by the way.
Freedom to protest. It doesn't say that we have to abide by these local noise ordinances.
So she doesn't care about disturbing the peace. None at all. Because you saw those super chats rolling in, and that's all she was worried about. She was like, I drove all the way out here, and I'm rolling in the money, and you're not going to make me leave. Fuck the kids that have to go to school the next day. I mean, you saw it was late at night. They didn't give a shit about anybody. Now, how long is this? This is a minute long. Let's continue, shall we?
Remember are you jealous because she wants that good? Are you kidding me? That man's got 33 flavors.
I remember it. I don't need you to suck my dick. I got plenty of girls.
He got 33 flavors. She's saying, what do you want? You want that lunatic that has no teeth and fake tits? Suck him up? Nah. We'll leave that snatch to, those grody people like BK and other slime balls like the Glare. That's probably the Glaire's girlfriend. Hey, Glare.
Wow.
That's probably the Glaire's girlfriend. Hey.
Wow. Because the truth is, if I'm being completely honest, I'd rather have one brick thrown through my window. If I'm being honest, one brick thrown through my window than to have to listen days on end to some asshole screaming through a bullhorn outside of my window. I still stand by that. I don't remember saying anything done. I still stand by that. So yeah, if you gave me the choice, would you rather have a brick through your window or have an asshole like Betty standing outside of your window for days and days and days yelling and screaming? I'd rather have the brick. I'll take the brick. Give me the fucking brick. I'll still take the brick.
I'm known in the streets from Florida to Tennessee, baby. Come get you some. Come get you some. Come get you some.
Wow. All right. I mean, people. I mean, this is Betty's greatest hits. Dolly's too.
Nice to see some of you guys looking for the
You need any help?
missing child poster out here. Not one. Not one.
Uh-oh.
Why don't you? It's your
Uh-oh. We interrupt these Betty antics for...
I think we got a super dad. Super dad. I think we got a super dad. Super dad. Super dad. Super dad. I think we got a super dad. I think we got a super dad.
Who's that dude on TV? Thank you, Grandmaster Sid Sofos. I appreciate it. Thank you for everything, Chronicles of the Shady. I appreciate all those clips and you finding them for me. I really appreciate that. Let's get back to this.
damn baby. Nobody's looking for him. No one's looking for him but the police. I read the screenshot. I've already looked for him. You look for him, bitch. Oh, I will. Trust me. Trust me. You Okay. Well, I guess this is how we got here, isn't it? Oh, yeah, but I'm the one with the missing kid. Oh, my baby.
Now that's their internet that's bad. Look at that. That dude, what a gem. Look at what a gem.
You crazy woman.
Quite
Let
the
me get away
looker.
from Bullhorn Betty before she gets me shot. Okay, let me run. I'm running. I don't know that lady. Help! Help me, Tom Cruise. Help me. Help me. Let me spread some distance between us. Oh, Lord. We're going to see it here live, right?
Yep. That'll do it. That'll do it, folks. Let's see. And remember when Betty said not to get your people, not to get everybody behind you, your listeners, to mass call and harass people, that if Turtle Boy did that, he went too far. Remember that? People, pay close attention.
We're out here. We were sponsored by a gracious donor to be here and to go through this map, Donna's map. Now, are we going to be able to get to every single pinpoint on the map? I'm hoping that we will be able to get to something. And to see a dog dead at their driveway being eaten by flies and buzzards and pigs.
Which didn't happen. That didn't happen.
Was the most
There were no pigs.
Hideous thing
There was no dead
I
dog.
have ever seen. And if you do not believe me, I do have the videos. I do have the photos.
Never saw the videos. Never saw the photos.
That are sick and tired of seeing death on that mountain. You start raising your voices. You start picking up the phone. You start calling and making your voice be heard. Start emailing Hawkins County Humane Society. Start demanding justice. Because I am sick and tired of dealing with Hawkins County Sheriff, Hawkins County Humane and making your. You start raising your voices. You start picking up the phone. You start calling and making your voice be heard. Start emailing Hawkins County Humane Society.
Start demanding. Yeah, it's too far for Turtle Boy to allegedly do these things, but Betty, we're seeing you actually do it right now.
Demanding justice. Because I am sick and tired of dealing with Hawkins County Sheriff. They do nothing to help anyone. You want to go commit a crime? Move to Hawkins County. They'll let you go. So, guys, do your part. It's time for you to do your part. Summer's Army, it's time for you to stand up and be heard. Start blowing up Hawkins County Dispatch because the sheriff don't do shit.
So, in other words, Betty, you want your listeners to flood the phone lines of the headquarters of the law enforcement agency that is leading the investigation and finding a missing child. You want your listeners to flood them and waste their resources because they have to follow up on every tip. If you guys don't know, some of you don't really follow missing persons cases that are new to the channel. Those of you who don't know, law enforcement is required by law to follow up on every single tip. Every tip is a possibility, especially when they have no leads. So during this time and currently,
by the way, there is a missing little girl out there, potentially, possibly, completely all alone, scared, waiting for someone to come save her. And the people, the law enforcement agency charged with the responsibility of doing that, is as a result being flooded by her followers. Their resources are being wasted. Summer Wells' resources are being wasted. And this is induced by her. This is encouraged by her. This is demanded by her, to her listeners, by her.
Time for you.
Let's hear it one more time.
So, guys, do your part. It's time for you to do your part. Summer's Army, it's time for you to stand up and be heard. Start blowing up Hawkins County Dispatch. As a sheriff, don't do shit. Start blowing up the phones at the Humane Society. They don't answer. Start emailing the Humane Society. Start going to their website and filling out that card for them to contact you. I begged them to please go check on the welfare of those animals, and they didn't do shit.
They did, actually. They released a statement after this, by the way.
Shame on you, well sympathizers.
Shame on us. And there's the response. There's the, as I just said, they put out a statement after that little fiasco that you just watched. And it says, we want to inform our followers of a situation we have. There are several YouTubers who are harassing and speaking negatively of our shelter. They are constantly harassing us and a certain family. They are claiming that dogs are starved and neglected, and that family that they are referring to is the family of a missing child. They are claiming that dogs are starved and neglected. We have taken in 3 of these family pets and had them adopted. They were in good health. We have been helping them with food and dog houses. Now they are claiming that one of the dogs there starved to death and is being eaten by buzzards and flies and pigs. They left that out, though. I am assured that they had 7 dogs and still do. It was probably a dog that was hit, but not theirs. Please do not feed into this. You all know how much we care for animals, and we believe these animals are being cared for. We are inundated with phone calls, emails, and Facebook messages today, to the point that we were hard put to do what we had to do. Please believe us. If we thought that any of this was true, we would act. The sheriffs have been there many times and found no sign of abuse or neglect. Thank you for supporting us. Now, these are sheriffs. These are sheriffs. Okay? Sheriffs that could be looking for Summer Wells, looking for a missing child, and they're dealing with lies about dogs on a property, folks. But you know what Turtle Boy does is way too far for this person, just so you know. Right. She never asked for donations for the Humane Society. They posted on Facebook that they were understaffed and needed help. They were underfunded. But Betty never said, let's help the Humane Society be more efficient. She never said that. She wants the money.
Thank you.
Now, this is a call to the lead investigator to Summer Wells' case.
Hi, Yes, sir. My name is Andrew Griffin, and I just called just a few minutes ago.
Okay, now, no, she claims that YouTube is her job. YouTube is her job, Anonymous.
Oh. Driveway that's being eaten by wild animals. And she's got, and when I was there, she had multiple dogs, about 5 or 6 dogs. And I was just there on Tuesday, just getting some videotape. I didn't go on her property. I just want to make sure that that's known. And, you know, today, another one of, on his way up here to Ohio, stopped by there to take some, just to check around, you know, on that street. Again, he's not trespassing on her property, and he found the dead dog.
Right. Okay. All right. I didn't get to go over all the stuff that Betty did. I still appreciate Chronicles for providing all of that, and I didn't go over the rest of Betty's live stream about Turtle Boy, but I think we got the idea. The idea was to basically just show you guys that the type of people that I've seen criticizing Turtle Boy so far, and I haven't even mentioned, some of them I won't even mention, but just so you know, the element, the type of people who are publicly criticizing Turtle Boy, A, don't know anything about him, and B, have not done any research on the Karen Reed case, and C, are nobody to criticize and stand on a moral high ground over Turtle Boy and criticize what he does. Make no mistake about that. Okay? Now show me somebody credible and show me proof and let Turtle Boy get convicted of these charges by a group of 12 people, and let there be information at the trial that convinces me that Karen Reed is guilty, and I will eat my words. I have no problem with that. I've been wrong before. I'll be wrong again. But right now, everything that I'm seeing absolutely seems to be everything that I'm seeing Turtle Boy stand for seems to be the right thing. That's my impression so far. And I'm not ready to dismiss him just simply because he got brought up on some trumped up charges that I'm not seeing anything wrong with. I'm just not. Simply because the people who he is so-called harassing, I believe, need attention on them. I believe it's necessary that the public ask questions about them. These are public officials. These are public servants. These are people witness that are witness to a crime that took place, and they are not consistent in their stories. They are not being consistent. Somebody's lying. And if the proper authorities aren't going to put pressure on them to answer the right questions, then who else is there? He's the only one doing it. Turtle Boy is the only one doing it. So I'm going to leave you with that, guys. I really appreciate all your help. I really appreciate all your support. I really appreciate you guys just subscribing and hanging out here, man. That means a lot. And you know, if you could hit the like for me, I'd really appreciate it. I enjoy the likes. And you guys are amazing. I will do my best to go live again tomorrow. But this was I'm really glad I did this one tonight. And I really appreciate you guys hanging out with me for it. So, guys, I love you, and we will do this again very soon, my friends.